Welcome to this weekend's edition of Viewer Levels. As we await the first submissions that will come in and populate the queue today, we're going to catch up on a recent upload by Chirisu, who's one of the more prominent Korean language streamers who is active on Twitch, in Mario Maker, and also an excellent maker who we previously featured in 5 and 6 YMM. The Korean description says something, according to my machine translation, about him being back from a recent illness, so welcome back to Chirisu. We'll see what he has brought us today in Reboot. And welcome, Chai Tea Latte, glad to have you here right from the start. Let's take a look. Short and sweet with a record of 13 seconds, let's see how it goes. Okay. Pretty gentle, I was about to say, and then of course we just decided to head off right into a spike. Nothing a little bit of momentum control can't fix. Maybe a bit of timing as well. Uh, 13 seconds was a sped through quite a few of these obstacles along the way. And a claw is going to grab me here. We could have potentially been able to get back onto the platform. I guess for the 13-second clear that is necessary. But we'll continue this way instead, and we'll see. Oh, okay. That is actually really short and sweet, so just a tiny little warm-up. In that case, since we are waiting for submissions, I'm actually going to continue a level that we had to abandon partway last week. And that'll be plenty to keep us occupied, I think, while we give people a bit of time to come in on what is, in the US anyway, a big holiday weekend, and everywhere else perhaps a World Cup weekend. So just give me one moment. I'm going to try to dig up the level. Let's see where it is. And we'll just be a moment here as I just scroll back to whatever it was we were previously playing. And I think I've found it, so while we wait for people to come in, let's just continue some unfinished business from last week. I'm going to type the code into chat in case anybody asks me later, especially if we're stuck past a checkpoint. And yeah, this is an older level from back in 2020 by Mang. We got past checkpoint 2 last time, only to start failing miserably because possibly from some fatigue or just losing track of the muscle memory required for the central mechanic here, which involves tapping things with swords. So let's take a look. And hopefully we'll recover our previous position soon enough. And we have people start to come in. At this point, this has got to be death. There's no way this is anything else. We had to check. I don't think I checked last time, surprisingly enough. If we have anybody come in the meantime and we're not too far along, we might just board this one early, but we might as well get some practice in case it comes up in the later part of the stream regardless. Now, the thing is, you can get enough momentum off of the sword tap here, even from a stationary start. The trick is to reverse direction quickly enough to take advantage of that momentum to carry yourself forward. We came in a little bit low there, as you can see. And yeah, it takes some getting used to in terms of the timing, which is why we kind of started to slip up after checkpoint 2 on the last series of attempts. Once you get the hang of it, well, then the trick is to keep the hang of it for as long as you can, particularly on segments like these ones with the blue platforms, where reversing direction in a very snappy fashion is quite necessary. Now, we shouldn't be facing into the spike in the first place. We need to kind of tap from the D-pad in neutral, I think. Mayako, welcome. Yeah, Moyako, I'm not currently playing a level from the queue, so I will get to yours actually quite soon, I think. We'll just try to put in a few attempts in this one. We're just doing a bit of a warm-up here while we waited for submissions. So, stay on this a little longer since the queue is empty right now, but we will get to you very shortly. Oops. Yeah, you kind of need to tap it on your way up. There we go. That. Whoop. Yeah, this is an older level from back in 2020. The control is quite difficult in some ways. It's a continuation of a level we played last week. As I was saying earlier in the stream, we have just gotten started on this again after failing after checkpoint 2 last week, unfortunately. We just couldn't stay on long enough to finish it. So we'll make a couple more attempts for now, and then we will get to you quickly. Just going to get the hang of it again. In fact, I think, Moyako, we will get to you now, in case you have something that will be more time-consuming, since we're not past checkpoint anyway, and I do plan to go to this one again eventually. So let's actually punch you in right away while you're still here, so we don't keep you waiting. And let's see where we are. Yeah, a bit of a slow start to the queue today, so it'll be nice and gentle, I'm sure. So the last one we played from you was Yoshi's Journey. Oh yeah, we also failed miserably at Flight Challenges, I remember. Let me know if you have a particular preference for what you would like me to play today. Obviously, we haven't played the two most recent ones. And then we've played the earlier ones on a profile, so we'll pick one of these two, I think. If we have time later, we could potentially go back to Flight Challenges, but I think I would like to try something new, so if you don't have a specific suggestion, we'll probably just go ahead with Survivor Mario. Do let me know if you have a preference. And you might want to check in with me here quickly. Anyway, I think my Spanish is not great, but I think it says something to the extent of surviving each challenge with your mind and your reflexes. Let's take a look. Okay. 40 seconds. I think it must be 40 seconds per challenge, and perhaps these are survival timers, if I understand this correctly. But we shall see shortly. Let me just make sure something on the stream is running properly. I think it is. Okay. Sorry, just checking one thing on the technical side. That's okay. Let's proceed. We have a couple of different rooms. Given the 6 coins plus a safety, we have 6 challenge rooms, 40 seconds each. Let's see how they go. Okay, so... okay, we need to prevent the bombs from activating a P-switch. The way to activate the P-switch is by removing the blocks from under the munchers, the hard blocks. So, if they take a while to walk over, we do need to kill them pretty quickly. Nice concept. We also need to be careful not to bump the P-switches, I think. Oh. Have to pick this accurately. There we go. Yeah, I enjoyed that concept a lot, in fact. That's a little arcade survival game. Now, we've done that room already, so let's just keep going left to right. Once again, we have a Shelmet. There's going to be a power up reset rather, between rooms. We need to prevent the Goombas from walking onto the note block because that will dump something onto the P-switch. So this is basically just a defense map. Almost like people doing the equivalent of things like tower defense concepts. in Mario Maker. I always find it satisfying to see what kind of mechanics to come up with, so this is kind of nice. Now, max jump is always going to work pretty well here. We're never going to be at any risk of jumping to the top level, so no reason to hold back on the jumps. We just need to be reasonably accurate. But punching things before it's too late. There we go. That was a little bit close. And here we go. Alright, next. How shall we engage with the spike tops? Well, once again, we've got spiny helmets, and then we just need to not let them walk over. And we'll try to do double hits whenever possible. And yeah, the height here, using the one-way panel to restrict me from going up top, is kind of necessary because, whoa, we're going to lose. Yeetus, welcome. Find the right error. Looking forward to that. Yeah, because the height in this room is adjusted to the speed of the obstacles just to have the appropriate level of challenge. Because you have to jump at a certain speed just to keep things under control, so seems pretty well tuned by the looks of it. You do need to get a couple of double hits here and there and be aware of when the spike tops are going to walk into each other because they might change direction and do exactly what you saw there on the right side. So that could have gone quite a lot better. That's okay. Alright, let's go. And always do let me know if there's anything wrong with the audio or video. We're making a couple of fixes recently to try to improve the quality of the stream, and so hopefully those have been paying off. No, we needed to get 2 jumps there, needed to hit them both in clusters. I know exactly what mistake I'm making. There does come a point where you do absolutely need to get some consecutive double hits, I think. And we have been missing, so let's try it again. Yeah, we definitely don't want to be holding jump on the way down either. We want nice crisp landings just to minimize airtime. Unless, of course, we're kind of scraping 2 of these at once. Oh, missed the one on the right. Yeah. I did see that coming. I was supposed to hit that one. Once again, as part of a double hit, we should always try to aim for the one on the outside if we see a big cluster. Because that is the one that will be at greatest risk of walking over first. But sometimes I'm going for the inside one first, and that's not a good idea. Still a bit of a habit, I think, to just go for whatever's closest, because it seems to be on the way. I don't think that strategy has been working out particularly well. And so, as you can see there, kind of close call in several places. Whoa, nope, this is going to be a problem. Yeah, this one is kind of noticeably tighter than the other challenges we've seen so far. That's okay, it's just a bit of a gentle escalation between rooms. And, okay. Yeah, we always want to get as much horizontal travel as we can on a single jump, I think, because that's what allows me to maximize the chances of doing double hit whenever possible. Oh, no, missed. Once again, I was kind of behind by 1 jump because we missed a double hit. That's pretty much the entire core of this challenge, is that we just need to double up wherever possible when it comes to killing the spike tops. And yeah, we're demonstrating that pretty well so far, although it's going to get a little hairier from this point on. Oh, nope, that went badly. That went really badly. And that's okay. Just a lot of room for improvement. And wow, missed right off the top. That's okay, let's just abort that attempt and try again. I knew that was not going to go well, so... we'll just repeat it. And yeah, since we only have one additional level in queue right now, and since we have quite a few checkpoints to get through, I will try to stick with this for as long as I can. For the time being, I think it's perfectly doable. We just need to clean up a few things here and there, and we'll see what the difficulty of the other rooms, the remaining 3, are going to be like. It seems pretty well tuned so far. I did notice that it was, I think, a version 3. I don't know how many of those adjustments were things like difficulty tuning, but it seems pretty reasonable to me in terms of just everything working reliably. And the spawns just coming in at exactly the right kind of pace for this to be a playable level. Now that felt pretty relaxed. That went quite well, I think. It just felt perfectly normal, and you wouldn't have known looking at that I had so much trouble in some of the previous runs. Anyway, so we need to prevent spike balls from rolling to either side, because that's where they'll hit the muncher, so... Kind of interesting that you have so many different defense patterns that are just all based on the spike... the spiny hat, rather, doing its job. This one's kind of like Missile Command, almost. Not exactly. The parachute pattern is very much its own thing, but... Funny, because you're dealing with these falling objects the whole time, and... kind of running back and forth. In a very different fashion than the other rooms, because the objects are approaching ever closer. Yeah, I guess it does kind of feel like Missile Command. And then, for those of you who know your free Nintendo arcade classics, that's not great. Even if we do die, though, if we're kind of within 40 seconds, we'll try to do this. And yeah, I know the one-ways are anti-cheese. I can tell. You don't want Mario to spin jump on top of a spike ball and kill the Lakitu, because that would trivialize the level by taking out all the spawns. I think that's precisely what you're trying to avoid here, because otherwise that would be the natural thing to do if you had access. A spin jumping off the spike balls is a pretty natural thing to try if you think you can get up to the top of the level and get results, so... Definitely a very good, effective anti-cheese, and also one that doesn't get in the way of the level. There's still a pretty significant amount of play space in the bottom half, so... Boss, welcome. Welcome, and thank you for submitting them bones. Okay, we're through 4 out of 6 segments on this one, so hopefully we'll be out of here soon enough. Let's make it over to the dry bones, and let's see how we're going to whack them from below this time. This is going to be with a Buzzy Shell, that's why there's been a power-up reset. We're going to play this defense map by crushing the dry bones. The bullet bills on top don't matter. They are just a result of blasters not having been blocked. Notice that even if you miss the dry bones, even if you kind of overshoot them, you can actually block them and make them reverse, and so you don't have to be totally accurate so long as you don't let them go over. You can just have them walk a little further, even if you miss, and reverse direction. Get them all congested in the middle if you really need to restrict some space. Very satisfying one. So yeah, that's why you have a power-up reset. I was saying that's our first sight of a room that is using the Buzzy helmet rather than the Spiny helmet, and it's very much in keeping with the rest of the concept. So now we have a final boss. Okay, we want to prevent the on-off switch from activating. Oh, this is going to be a problem. Nope. I knew that one was a miss. That's okay, we'll try again. Yeah, pretty fun concept. Very controlled use of property of Bowser spawning ignited bombs. It's funny because just yesterday I saw a really good level that involved using Bowser Jr. spawning green shells in a very deliberate fashion. And sometimes, you know, these things are far back enough in the boss patterns that people don't take great advantage of them mechanically, but here this is actually a very good use of that concept. And that particular mechanic, you have to keep a very good eye on who's about to drop and ignite and just kind of mentally track who came down first, because otherwise you get into big trouble like that. There is a certain amount of RNG involved, I think, because of the positioning here, but one-way panels do keep each of the Bowsers in their respective positions. And so the spread is going to be fairly regular, but, you know, you'll have a little bit of RNG in terms of which exact slot the bomb is going to walk through, so you don't want to be walking from end to end too often. You want to do everything in one nice clean sweep as you traverse from one direction to another without too much back and forth. So, a lot of this is about making clear, deliberate choices about who to hit and in what order. And if we just kind of keep going left to right, right to left, not necessarily prioritizing who came down first, but prioritizing, whoops, the cleanest kill order we can probably do multiple columns with one jump as well, like 2 columns at a time perhaps. I think it might be possible, given the way the spiny hitbox works. Yeah, you can kill 2 bombs with one jump if you run and jump, exactly. And yeah, I've definitely been enjoying this one a lot. It's been a series of defense concepts that are all pretty unique, but which definitely share the same mechanic even when you switch to the Buzzy Head. You're doing the same thing. It's like its own little arcade game almost. That just happens to have 6 separate stages with 6 different patterns to engage with. But it has a very strong identity in its own right. I do find it interesting that a room like that is not scroll stopped or anything. Usually that would bother me, but I think running the camera back and forth does actually make the position kind of dynamic in an interesting way. Let's not take a key death here by jumping into the spike. That would be an awful idea. And let's grab some 1-ups for Endless, along with Yoshi and a star for the true ending. And plus, exactly, I was actually saying earlier with the Spike Ball room in particular that it was exactly like Missile Command. I had made that reference just before you came in, so we're definitely thinking on the same track here. It's very much like Missile Command. Okay, let's mark that as a win, and let's move on. Next one's going to be from Yeetus, I believe. Thank you for that once again, Moyako. That was a lot of fun. And you hope I enjoy your level? Yeah, I hope so too. Better for everyone all around if I enjoy it too. Okay, getting ahead of Christmas. I guess now that we have Black Friday out of the way, it's the season to play the holiday music and the holiday levels, so find the right error in this ho-ho-holly time of the season. So maybe something similar to a spot the difference concept? Let's see. You have to make sure everything is in its right place. Also, I love that you hold the Maker Point's crown, and your name is also King Mario, so you just have this match between the user handle and the me. I'm glad I checked the moon just to see that glitch effect. I was wondering what you were doing with the moon that wasn't necessarily just cosmetic. Oh, whoops, I didn't even look at this. I just jumped into this. I didn't even look at that. Yeah, no. That was... Well, this gave away the answer, but... you know what? Let's engage with this properly. Let's start over. I just instinctively jumped into that block because I was too busy talking about the moon. I didn't even look at the bottom half where there was a spot difference. So let's play this properly this time. Now that we're lowering the 30% clear rate. Okay, yeah, as you can see here, this is basically a spot difference, and you can see the difference here is the lack of the additional mushroom stems under these two columns. So we knew the answer already, having spoiled ourselves, but let's play this properly. Let's not do it by trial and error. And I'm sure that having the helmet peeled off of you leads to something like trouble in the next room. Oh, no, maybe not. Well, let's take a look. I guess maybe you're allowed 2 mistakes. Or you're allowed 1 mistake. That's the idea, because 1 mistake peels off the helmet, the next one kills you. Anyway. P-Locks over here, that's the one that's not like the others. And yeah, Moyako, thank you for submitting again. Looking forward to playing another one. Got a 10 coin over here. Might as well see what the sound effect is. And yeah, you've got the top line kind of telling you what the relevant element was that you should have been looking for, in case there's any confusion. Anyway, we have a different icicle here in this spot. It's going to be the middle because it's the icicle. That is the difference. So this level is going to get a little more subtle. You have to be a tiny bit more attentive to even minor differences in color. And as you can see, yeah, it's the icicle. Why not grab the 10 coin just for style? And let's continue. Alright. Let's make sure we take a look at what the skewers are potentially covering up. We see 2 coins at the bottom. Punchers jumping. Look at the up arrow. I think it says missing an arrow, or yeah, it's pointing to a diagonal, so this will be it. So yeah, kind of a gentle escalation in what the player needs to pay attention to. Grab the 30 coin and a checkpoint. Notice that after checkpoint there is no additional shell, which is fine. It just means that from this point, if you did spawn from checkpoint, you would only have 1 chance. We have 2 chances because we did so well coming out of the first segment, apparently. Anyway, just looking carefully at the spike top pattern here to make sure nothing is on wings, looking at the vines, pipes, question blocks. The slope beside the muncher on the top one is missing a vine. It's very subtle. It blends into the background quite well because it's the dark green on top of the dark blue. But you can see it. I don't know how well you can see it if you were playing on handheld, but the box here identifies the difference. And even with the box there, it's actually pretty faint in terms of making it out. Hey, we might as well check this. We could have grabbed one up on the other side, but let's just go on. Okay. Got a bit of a music change here. Oh, and this gives you an additional helmet if necessary. Koopa pattern seems to be just about the same. We're looking at the bottom tracks, we're looking at the bottom coins and the P-blocks and the curved tracks. You can tell that the middle one, the straight track above the curved track, is missing one of its ends. It's missing the square that is the end of the track pattern on the left side, right in this column here. So yeah, we're looking at the straight horizontal track that is above the curved track, and how it's missing a box. And yeah, just a little bonus actually. It's not going to hurt you if you can't get it. Okay. Kind of like that you put in a bit of a bonus challenge there that isn't going to be particularly lethal because it is a more subtle one for sure. This has a lot more variety to difficulty than most spot the difference levels, I think. Anyway, it's the blue blocks and the P blocks that are swapped here that's much more noticeable than a few of the previous rooms. Then on-off switch is probably going to blow the scroll break, which then lets me head off to this room. We're looking at the top row with the snake blocks. Nothing there, I think. We're looking at the tracks under the clown car, and there is the extra track stopper elements in the bottom right of the vertical tracks. Look at the two parallel vertical tracks under the clown car. That's different from the others because of the end of track box. Let's go on. Yeah, it's very visually appealing here in the ice theme as well. And because, you know, there are a lot of spotted difference levels that either go all trivially easier or all super, super hard. And I kind of like that this one has a gentle curve from one to the other. I think because we had the auto scroll come in at a controlled scrolling speed as soon as the scroll break happened, the spawning of this room is always going to be the same. The camera is not up to the player to decide because the auto scroll happens as soon as the scroll stop is gone, which means that this claw will reliably load in such a way that it's swinging at a different part of the cycle from the claws on the left. So the fact that this one is swinging left while the other ones are swinging right is actually something that's intended in the level, I'm sure. And I think it has to be. It's just simply because of how the camera is going to be 100% consistent. I think that's the thing I was supposed to look for. I believe I'm correct because we did get through it, obviously. Let's go through the final segment. Okay, so looking at the coins under Lemmy. Lemmy's initial position in this one is kind of different. Also, there's no coin under the mushrooms here. Yeah, Lemmy's position is going to have a certain RNG to it, so I don't think that's relevant. I think the thing that's relevant is the lack of a coin in this box. So. And, okay. Not much of a choice for me here. I think we just go. And here we are. There's the flag. And look at that. Very nice ending effect with the Christmas orb, I guess, on top of the tree and the GG, so. Yeah, that was a fun one. I think the bit with the vine over the semi-solid at the Muncher slope, that was the hardest one that was required, I think, just because of the color contrast. But yeah, I like the placement of the extra hard bonus one that's non-lethal, the kind of gradation of the challenges and giving the player a second chance with the helmets. Just a lot of stuff that's very fine-tuned in this, and I think it's very successful. So, fairly new upload, and of course, one that has been already very widely played over the course of the last week. Definitely a deserved success. Thanks for sending that along. Alright, Floss, let's see what you have. I'm glad the bot is actually working this week. Lately it's been failing on a lot of level codes rather than Mako codes. But things seem to be operational once again. Them Bones. Named after the Alice in Chains song, Eat the Fish and Spit Out Them Bones. There was a clear condition on this one, and it is a very fresh upload. Let's see how it looks. You saw one of those levels recently and it had a 1 pixel difference. Yeah, I've seen that too. I've seen some really hard spot to difference levels before that come down to some kind of trick of semi-solid overlap or some other tiny fluctuation like that. But yeah, in that previous level, I think even the hardest ones were definitely quite fair. Reach the goal after defeating at least how many boom booms? And we have 60 seconds to do it. 4 boom booms. We need to spit some fish. Okay. And we need to be quick about it. The triple shot on the bone spit, of course, is be necessary here. Let's not let the fish make contact with ground because that will just kill me completely. Oops. We should have been standing up here the whole time, actually. Stand on a second cloud and we're going to do much better. 30 seconds, we're going to be in big trouble here. Yeah. Yeah, we actually need to play along the tower. That's the thing that we have not been doing. Okay. This is going to be a failed attempt, but we will figure it out for sure. And maybe a little bit distracted by the sound effect, to be honest. Okay, let's actually swallow the fish to begin with. There we go. Alright, let's not stand on the bottom cloud. Except when we're punching the boom boom on the bottom layer, and we should actually be standing at the first level at least, because we can count on a diagonal from the fishbone to hit the second boom boom. Let's just do it this way. This is much more sensible. Except, of course, the boom boom is in its shell form. We actually do need to hit it from below. Don't we? Yeah, it's in its shell form, so we actually can't hit it from above. We've got to rethink this quite a bit. You're trying to get rid of the sound effect. Yeah, that... This is probably the biggest thing in this level that is difficult to play around. I'm completely missing boom boom. We need to figure out our positioning here. It's in its shell form, and the thing is, it's just going to grind out everything here. This clearly isn't working. Let's take a look. We killed... Yeah, no, we just need to kill the small boom booms. It says at least 4 boom booms precisely because it excludes the bottom one that's just being used as a blocking piece. We do not really have a chance to kill the big bottom one. Let's not worry about it. There are 4 boom booms aside from that, so... 1K man, welcome by the way. Luigi gives everyone an L. Take a moment to respond. You are currently grinding Fortnite because you lost a bet. Oh hey, we actually did hit the bottom one. That's special. Kind of a nice use of the boom boom shell form in the bottom ones, though. Also the triple shot spread that you get from the bones is, I think, one of the more underused mechanics when it comes to the Super Mario World theme, and with both the dry bones and the fish bones. So, kind of nice to see here. Oh, we do need to kill this guy, don't we? I thought we didn't because I counted earlier. Oh, no, we don't. We have 11 seconds to get rid of this last one. Oh, because he was stuck in the top. Let's see. A few seconds. No, we're not going to get it. Yeah, it took me a moment to realize that the top one was still kind of trapped. But of course, we had quite a few wasted turns there as well. Let's take advantage of the fact that we spread in the middle here. We have a lot more access to multiple boom booms while we're cycling around. So we should have been standing higher to begin with, so we have access to so many pipes. I think this is going to go a lot better, so... I'm not particularly timing my shots. I feel like just spamming is actually the way to go because of boom booms moving so quickly and with so many targets to deal with. Facing the right direction for the swallow is kind of necessary, though. Six seconds, we're kind of in trouble. Yeah, we're kind of behind by about 1 shot, I think. That's okay, we missed a couple of swallows. That seems to be the main thing that we needed to fix up. Okay, let's get up onto the second layer here. I think that's probably best. Like I said, not going to worry too much about the shot timing until we start reducing boom booms to just a few. Of course, if they're all in the shell form, maybe we shouldn't be firing and wasting a shot, but You can get a couple of multiple hits here, and this seems to be a reasonable position. When they're in their shell form, they just won't die to anything, so... Oh, there we go. Killer condition 20 seconds ago. Totally lost Yoshi to... Oh, whoops. That's okay. We've got time to get him. And we are out. And that's the last we'll hear of those trampolines. Chai Tea Latte is not nearly as chaotic a level as it sounds. It sounds extremely spammy, but it's really not. And we even got a record, and we could have beaten that record by quite a bit too. I mean, I'm literally the second clear on this, I think, so... No, that was actually a fun concept. It's kind of funny that all of the levels I've received today so far have been these arcade-style challenges in different respects, and that's kind of a nice change from a lot of what we typically get. That everything so far has been some kind of alternate, non-Mario style challenge. Anyway, that was actually a lot of fun. Maybe not a lot of fun to listen to, but maybe that's what Alice in Chains sounds like. I don't know. I don't really know their work at all, so... Let's mark that as a win. And let's go to Moyako. And yeah, we have a pretty short queue so far today, so people are quite welcome to resubmit. We've got plenty of room. It's a smaller audience than we usually have at this stage, so... Quite welcome to send me more. Moyako, who I assume is still here. And yeah, Floss, thanks for sending me Legend of a Hidden Pipe. Moyako, I assume, will look at Clown Car Passenger, which has a 0.38 to it. Once again, my Spanish is a bit rough. I think this says something like, what is it? Travel through the challenge with your mind and your reflexes. Yeah, it actually says the same thing as a lot of the other levels. You use your mind and your reflexes. Okay, let's do it. Car Passenger. Xeon, welcome. You're really itching for a new 2D Mario game? Yeah. It's incredible to think that it actually has been 10 years since the last one. Not counting Luigi U, I guess. It's been 9 years since that. Okay, I think we needed to jump on that clown car to progress through this level. Pretty clear, in fact. And we need to be a little faster than that. Okay, this is a 0.38. We might be stuck on it for a while, but we will spawn in a more advantageous position. Second bounce, and then upstairs, and then we jump immediately to get back on board. Actually, first bounce would have done it. First bounce if we are going from spawn. Yeah, you would think that 2D Mario is going to come before the end of the Switch's lifetime. It's probably one of the more prominent Nintendo series, and it's still MIA. I know people have been kind of busily studying Nintendo's staffing and end credits into recent releases to see if the Mario team has in fact been working on Mario, potentially. But given what a wild success the series always is, even with entries like NSMB2 on the 3DS, which I think probably made the smallest contribution to the series in terms of mechanics and ideas, that was still a huge seller on the 3DS. And, you know, 3D Mario, or rather 2D Mario, is something that's always going to be a very accessible entry point for people. And I think the vocabulary that's going to give us for future Mario Maker games is something that's going to be a necessary expansion as well. I know everybody's sort of itching for a big change in artwork as well, and I think we'll get one. That's actually not something I'm too concerned about in terms of whether or not it's going to happen. Whoops. I loved Super Mario 35. I thought it was tragic that all we got to replace it was Pac-Man 99, which I kind of fell off within about half an hour of trying it. Nothing against Pac-Man, but, you know, it's not Super Mario 35. Super Mario 35, I thought, really brought a lot of attention back to things you can do with playing SMB1 that are not just about speed. Obviously, there are some mechanical changes, even in the way Mario bounces off enemies and some other ways that the physics are operating. But it really drew attention to just how tight the power-up and one-up and coin placement was in the original game. And did that just by recontextualizing what you would be using them for in this versus context. I think Super Mario 35 was actually a tremendous multiplayer experience. I wish I'd gotten more time with it, in fact, because it unfortunately released during a period when I was not really able to play video games very much. During the 6 months of its existence, that was actually kind of the worst periods for me in terms of actually being able to play, and so I felt like I missed out on a lot of it in terms of the hours I could have put in. Mario 35 is your favorite Battle Royale? I'm pretty sure it's mine as well. And 1K Man, that means a lot coming from somebody who is reportedly grinding Fortnite as we speak. It feels so weird that we were technically in a time not unlike that before New Super Mario Bros. Well, what was it? 1991 to 2006 was the hiatus after Super Mario World. I don't count Yoshi's Island as part of that because Yoshi's Island is very much its own thing mechanically, even though it was branded as Super Mario World 2, so it was basically a 15-year gap. I guess maybe if you count things like Super Mario Land 2, maybe that's smaller, but I think of it as a 15-year hiatus that first time, and that was excruciatingly long. I mean, I've talked about this very much on stream, but I was somebody who never really adapted well to the 2D to 3D shift on consoles. I spent a lot of that time kind of largely ignoring what was going on in N64 and PS1 and playing on PC instead, and getting into point-and-click adventures and strategy games, puzzles, and a lot of things like that. Obviously, the shift to 3D was extremely valuable in its own right. It's remarkable how much games like Super Mario 64 managed to get right on the first try. I think that's something that isn't really talked about nearly enough. It's just, from a modern perspective, you know, so many of the things we take for granted were not easy design decisions. But I was not somebody who felt that 2D design was oversaturated, even though it was kind of the default format for so much as far as the early 1990s. In fact, I think a lot of the recent indie explosion in the past 10 years in terms of what people have done with 2D side-scroller design shows you how much remained to be done with a lot of those original formats and mechanics. And I think we have a lot of appreciation for the indie scene within the past decade or so in terms of how they picked up from where larger game developers left off for so long. It was a rough time for fighting games, but also great. Third Strike grew, Metal Slug. Yeah, I mean, I actually only played Third Strike on the Switch in the 30th Anniversary Collection. I missed out on Street Fighter 3, and going back to it, I regret missing out on Street Fighter 3. That it was a real surprise to me in terms of how crisp and effective it was. I mean, I'm no good at it. I've never been good at Street Fighter, but Street Fighter 3 in retrospect definitely was one of those games that got the short end of the stick in terms of people moving off of 2D formats in the rush to figure out how 3D should work. The Last Blade 2, which is maybe your favorite fighting game, I know nothing about it, I think. Sorry, I'm trying to read chat at the same time as doing this. Yeah, Flossie was saying Super Mario Land 2 is a great game, yeah. It's not one that I know particularly well. I have played it, but I never knew the original Game Boy that well, to be honest. It's a rather missing piece of my Nintendo history. I gotta say, the fighting game that I most enjoyed in multiplayer, and which I put the most time into in multiplayer, is actually ARMS from 2017 on the Switch, which I played pretty much exclusively with motion controls, even though I know that a lot of serious players would rather use Pro Controller. I had a wild time with ARMS. It's actually a fantastic game, probably one of Nintendo's most underrated in recent memory. Anyway, let's over here. No, but I still enjoy casual Street Fighter, you know, where you don't necessarily know anything about your frame data or more advanced combos or anything, but you just kind of do very basic positioning and just play into the expressiveness of the characters' movesets. And Dvatch, welcome. 2D background sprite art is a lost art in games. Yeah, that's the thing about Street Fighter 3, and not just Third Strike, but also if you play a Second Impact in widescreen, because it was originally designed for widescreen support as well for certain cabinets. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's a beautiful looking game, and it holds up so well today. Much more than a lot of things from its own time. Whoops. Even among indies is quite rare but very special when it happens. Yeah. One thing I really enjoyed about Shovel Knight, actually, was the level of attention to detail in terms of replicating things in the background art or the character animation style of pixel art that are sometimes easily missed. You know, even simple things like the screen parallax or how characters dance, for instance, and the kind of poses that they make. Like, they really had a certain finesse in Shovel Knight in terms of the knowledge of how that used to be done that was on display. There was a certain level of detail there that I felt very authentic. All the way up to how they designed the end credits, in fact. It was very Link to the Past style end credits in some ways, with epilogue captions for what happened to all the characters. And that's one example that stands out in my mind in recent memory. Would you prefer Link level or Dumb Short level? It's your choice. Both of those sound fun. I might be on this one for a little while, so it might be a bit of a wait because we have a relatively short queue today, but... And this one has a pretty low clear rate, and we are still in the first section, so... Yeah, the specific trot Shovel Knight had is such a specific callback to Mega Man. But yeah, even just the way certain characters would dance in Celebration, right? Like, they are JRPG dances, or something that you would see in Chrono Trigger, for instance. That there's a particular pose that they got right. Big fan of how the OST used the VRC7 sound chip, exactly, yeah. They really put a lot into making that work. I kind of wish I'd kept up with some of the recent Shovel Knight spin-offs, but I've had no time. I know they've released tons of them lately. There's that puzzle game that they had. There was also the roguelike one, Shovel Knight Dig, I think. I haven't kept up with any of this stuff from Yacht Club recently, and I should at some point. But I'm just absolutely swamped in. Didn't really help that Xenoblade 3 devoured my life all the year. Have I listened to the Castlevania 3 Japanese soundtrack? I don't think I have. I'm not sure. I used to be much more involved in video game music several generations ago. Back when it was a fairly nascent scene before it was the behemoth it is now as a community. And so it's possible I would have been exposed to Castlevania 3 at that point. Like I often say, I was actually introduced to JRPGs in the first place because of video game music. Where you would hear stuff from Chrono Trigger or Final Fantasy VI and you would think, oh, okay, I really need to get the context for this. Sorry, I should be paying more attention to this here. And Dvatch, thank you for 3-card Monty. That sounds auspicious. Looking forward to seeing that later on in the stream if we get a little further with this clown car ride. Whoops. Moyako, you said you played and it's awesome. Sorry, which game were we talking about? I mentioned a few in quick succession. Whoops. Yugukaza, welcome. Looking forward to some ballooning. TP2C, apparently. TPB, I think that's probably supposed to be. But you never know. Now, there's a specific number of bounces we want in each of these sections here. Thank you for the follow. Oh, whoops. I got on a vine, I nudged the spike. We had that. We absolutely had that section, and... there you go, that was one way to choke. Just climbing up the vine a little prematurely when I knew that was a risk. And yeah, Dvatch, there is an upcoming puzzle contest. The deadline's pretty soon. It's being organized on the Mario Maker Puzzle Community Discord. It's run by a lot of the usual suspects, Grakowski, Rubens Cube, a lot of people who are familiar to puzzle players. Whoops. And Nugukaza, I've been doing well. Haven't been able to stream too much recently. We've kind of been down to about 2 streams a week in recent memory, which is much less than I used to do. But the Mario Maker has been splendid. We've been playing a lot of great levels lately. Oops. Yeah, there's a specific number of bounces as optimal in each section here, and I did figure it out. It's just that we choked on a vine at the finish. We want short bounces pretty much everywhere in order to just get a consistent idea of how many bounces we need. Zion, you were saying what made that soundtrack special. I'll need to read that in a moment when we're not bouncing. Okay. Okay. Okay, this looks good. That did not look good. What made the soundtrack special was how it used the VRC7 chip and how it compared to the US release. It is a great case study in how flexible it was. Oh, you mean the chip. And Moyaka, you played Castlevania 3 USA and Japan, and the Japanese version is great. Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. Oops. Yeah, I'm very out of touch with Castlevania. I haven't played one since the first one on DS, in fact. I've been completely out of contact with Castlevania since then. I've played a lot of games that, to varying degrees, are inspired by Castlevania, as you might imagine, but... I don't use the term Metroidvania very much, because I think it has kind of become generalized to the point that it no longer has a very coherent meaning, and I've always found that it was more of a term to describe a branch of Castlevania-style design rather than a branch of Metroid design, and I'm much more of a Metroid person in terms of preferring to have lots of really discrete challenges and collectibles rather than things that are based on stats or any kind of experience grinding. I felt like Hollow Knight hit a very happy medium in that respect, but in general, I no longer find the term Metroidvania to be particularly useful. But I say that, and I digress to that to kind of say that I have been out of touch with Castlevania as well, but I am still a very serious Metroid player. And of course, you know, Castlevania is something post Symphony of the Night, I know, so we're talking about Castlevania 3, that's totally different ballgame here, so should actually go back to the classics at some point. Greggy Spike, welcome. Greggy Spike heard Metroid, and Nugukaza is going to redeem Skip to Q. Yeah, Nugukaza, remind me of that, we'll put you next after this one. I want to at least get past the first section since we have gotten to Divine several times. I enjoy this one quite a bit, actually. This is just tricky. Because if you overstep by even one additional bounce, you get into pretty big trouble. And Greggy Spike, we've actually been talking about Castlevania here, but naturally, Metroid occasionally gets folded into that conversation against its will. I don't need to land dead center onto Wiggler, that's the main challenge with this concept, actually. Nope. Pulled back a little too soon, and the problem with that jump at the very end is that it does take you way off camera while the airship camera is doing its usual thing of bobbing up and down, and so you have to have a very good off-screen estimate of distance. Okay, had a bad positional adjustment there as I went upstairs. This is fine. As long as you land dead center on Wiggler, again, you are generally in good shape. Okay, I was undershooting a little bit because I was wary of bumping my head on a spike, and then we just undershot Divine. So we have to be careful with that. We can't just do a short bounce, obviously. We're getting better at this. I do want to clear the first section. As I said, we'll see how much there is after that, although as a level that's a 0.4, I expect there is quite a bit more. Okay, that felt a lot more comfortable than usual. We were a little late off of that POW. 52-second record, though, so I think that maybe it might just be 2 sections, but we don't know yet. We'll keep an eye on the clock if we do get to Divine. Just to see how far along we are. So there's not a lot of flexibility in terms of speed here, so... And I would imagine 2 sections is likely to be what's going on. We cleared a lot of courses quickly today, so I am going to spend a bit of time on this one, just so people know, because we've been speeding through stuff. You finished Pentiment, it's quite good, but you're a little cooler on it in the later game. Yeah, you're not the only one who came into my stream last week and sang praises for Pentiment. Kavik, who runs these Years of Mario Maker projects, or ran them, was also absolutely raving about them. About Pentiment, rather, and I don't know how far he got. Oh, we forgot to hit the block. Let's hit the block. Too busy talking. Yeah, I'd love to talk about the next thing I plan to play after Xenoblade, but the thing is, I don't know if at this point I will ever finish Xenoblade. I'm still playing it, but I'm just saying that I'm not convinced the game actually ends at this point. Because it just keeps on getting bigger. I'm in Chapter 7. And the end is in sight in some ways. There are some things that have clearly been checked off and completed. Or so you would think, and then they keep getting bigger, and there's still more content to do, and... We'll find out how the story ends, hopefully before the expansion is announced. But I don't actually know, and once again we overshot Divine. I hit up to cling on, I confirmed that I clinged on to Divine, and then... there we go, just choked there for the second time. This is a fun level, by the way, it's just we haven't been doing a great job of it. Would obviously be quite a lot more generous if we were talking about a big target like a big wiggler. That would be a much easier level, of course, and one that might be a little more claustrophobic in terms of vertical spacing. I can tell with this level that you build entirely on the bottom half, so the camera is not going to scroll up with the player, and so you have view of the landing zone on the clown car at all times. The problem with that, of course, which is Nintendo's fault, is that the airship always bobs up and down, so... I don't know that I would have chosen the airship theme for this. Obviously, it's kind of nice aesthetically, it works out quite well, but... I sort of feel like Nintendo, in terms of how they implemented the airship theme, on their end kind of made it a bad choice for a level like this one. That's okay, it's still very playable, obviously, it's just... the airship camera bob kind of drives me crazy from time to time. Stuck in the endless now, yeah. That's precisely it. Sorry, I'll catch up on your messages in just a moment. Yeah, I've got 2 Ascension quests left to go at this point. I need to meet the unlock condition for them, and then see about that. You're honestly shocked it was nominated by any public critical circle. Here's the thing, I wonder how many of those people finished it. Because definitely by the end of, say, about Chapter 3, I felt like I'd already played something more substantial than most video games, and much more freeform in some ways. Of course, I've been studiously avoiding spoilers, but I have heard it alluded to that maybe the ending is controversial. I don't want to know how. I'm looking forward to it because I find that when people say that things are controversial, it'll probably be for some reason I find interesting. But we'll see. I'm sure that, you know, maybe there's a certain amount of audience response that's also from people who haven't played previous Xenoblade games and don't know that something with the whole Klaus space station plot is probably inevitable at some point. Who knows? That's not a spoiler either way. I don't know anything about Xenoblade 3. I'm only 7 chapters in and close to 200 hours. I feel like I've hardly played the thing. Whoops. Okay, we need to cut one jump on that spring there, I think. Looks like you could get on top of the wall with a spring, maybe make the jump too. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I'm looking at that. I know what you're considering, Nuka Kaza. I don't think I can make it, but obviously with the level being constrained to 1 screen high, that's the kind of thing we're always keeping our eyes peeled for. Yeah, too many bounces on that one, but we made it. And we just kind of fell off there once more. Anyway, I know the queue is filling up a bit and people are coming in, but this one's been quite fun so far. I went into it knowing that it's going to be one of the harder ones we play today, so I'm hoping to get through it since we've been so close to getting through the first section so many times. You recreated it in the editor and it's possible. You always notice that stuff, as you would have to. Yeah, I'm thinking about positionally how that's going to work, but let's not worry too much about it right now. Let's figure that out in a moment. It's funny, Nuka Kaza, because that's the kind of thing that's never relevant to your own level since you're always flying around with the P-balloon anyway, and gravity is just not a factor, right? And yeah, that's true. There might be some kind of safety constraint up there on the ceiling that prevents you from getting up there. I don't know. Using the one-screen high locked camera is always a bit of compromise, so... And just to scroll up the chat for a moment, yeah, the fourth corner you're saying an expansion to an endless game. Well, the thing is, if you look at Xenoblade 2, Xenoblade 2 was a massive, massive game that also had a game-sized expansion to it, but which was playable and perfectly understandable even if you played it before you finished the main game. I did play all of Xenoblade 2 before Torna came out, of course, but the thing is, Torna, I think, was designed to be playable between chapters 7 and 8 of Xenoblade 2 if you wanted to do it that early, and if you wanted to follow that order of how characters are revealed or explained. Like, you're not actually spoiled for anything once you're past chapter 7 or so of Xenoblade 2, out of 10, I think it was. But of course, it's probably better if you just played it in release order. And whatever they come up with is for the Xenoblade 3 expansion, I'm definitely looking forward to it. Given that I think Torna was really a great study in how well you can adapt that particular format to a game that's actually a reasonable length. The director recommended it, and you did try it that way, and it works. Yeah. You're watching the Xenoblade 2 cutscenes because your main in Smash Ultimate is Pyra and Mythra. Yeah, Astro, I've heard it from a number of people who just watched the cutscenes in the first two games to prepare for the third one because they didn't have the opportunity or time to play it themselves. And Astra, I don't know if you're already as far as Torna, but if you find Jin and Malus interesting now, I think Torna will only make it even more so, because that's where they're properly developed. Astra, you're actually the second person to redeem Skip the Queue after Nuka Kaza, so we won't be quite doing that. Like, we won't be doing both skips in order. We'll probably do a skip and then go back to standard queue and then go to a skip, so we don't just have too many skips piling up. But just so you know, I'm a little bit backed up because I've been taking too long on this level here. We will honor your skip to the queue in some fashion, but you will not be immediately up, just so you have some advance warning. Nope. Yeah, once again, I want to cling on to the vine, but every time I kind of overpress up and I head right into the spike. I'm not too fond of the spike around the vine climb, to be honest. I feel like up pipes are enough of a pain as it is that at that point I kind of feel a little punished for the level, punished by the level for something that's not really that relevant to the central mechanic. But I guess the whole point of a vine climb under an up pipe is to sort of relax the up pipe, right? So to tighten it up again with that additional spike has been a bit of an annoyance, but that's okay. We'll play around it. We'll try to get through the section regardless. Okay, sorry, I'll try to catch up on some messages when I can, not while we're bouncing. Nope, once again, just overshot. I was trying to go left that time too, and unfortunately I was still on the up diagonal. If you want to play a game that feels endless because of difficulty, play Plants vs. Zombies 2. I played a lot of Plants vs. Zombies 1. In its original form. I never got into the second one. I used to be a big tower defense player back in the Warcraft 3 days. I was doing tower defense all the time, and that was probably my biggest Maker community prior to Mario Maker. And so I had plenty of preparation going into the Plants vs. Zombies era when all the tower defense makers moved on to Flash and mobile apps. Oops. You were saying, and then Xenoblade 3 took Torna's structure and made it an unreasonable length. Yeah, just by making tons of colonies and continents and connecting them to each other. But I think it did fundamentally retain what Torna was trying to do in terms of creating an environment that sort of works as a community. I never minded that Torna had such a side quest-oriented late game, for instance, because it actually is really interesting in light of how Torna ends. Because you spend all that time building up that society, and then you do the end game, and I'm not going to spoil it, but, you know, it, in some ways is more impactful because of the player's supposedly optional actions up to that point. Not optional, but freeform, shall we say. But I know a lot of people came away from Torna kind of annoyed that so much of the late game felt like it was all side quest content. I don't think of it as an essential, I just think of it as freeform. We might abort this after the first section, by the way, just so you know, Moyako, simply because the queue is filling up quite a bit today. If we do bail on this level, I do want to continue it at some point, probably in some kind of a backlog or revenge stream, as we often do, because it is a lot of fun. I think we can finish it. It's just going to take some time. And Nugukaza, I guess maybe you're trying this out yourself and you have seen some anti-cheese munchers that have foiled whatever it was you were attempting. Oh, you mean the munchers that you kill with the POWs? Yeah, that's right. I get it, because if you don't hit the POWs and if you try to skip over them, then the munchers obstruct the clown car, and you don't get the clown car at the end to get you up to the vines. That's what you're talking about. So you didn't need to play the level, you could just see that. That's what prevents you from just running over the top. And you're required to hit the POWs for the clown car to save you at the end. Whoops, oh, totally love that jump. Interestingly enough, yeah, I guess because of the Wiggler's overlap with the one-way panels, you can't just ride a Wiggler underneath at any point. You always get squeezed out. So yeah, it is a pretty tightly tuned level, as you can see. Whoops. You made it over to the end, no way to get to Divine. Yep, exactly. Because you do need the car. Make that happen. Nope, overshot. I'm kind of going a little too fast down to that Wiggler there. Yeah, this is the most recent one on Moyako's profile. I think it's from earlier this year, from a few months ago. We played a really good Moyako defense level at the beginning of the stream today, so this is the second one today. We had a whole bunch of short minigame levels before this one here, and so this has been the first big platforming challenge of the stream, and so that's why I'm spending a little bit more time on it, just to compensate. Pretty easy ride that we had up to this point. Whoops. Didn't have good momentum control there that time, just It's a little bit off-center the whole time. And yeah, those spikes do require you to have a well-controlled free fall. Taking too long. You need to tighten that up a little bit. Nope. I feel like we're doing too many bounces early in this first jump here. We just need to shorten some things. I found a pattern that works. We've gotten to the end of this section several times. It's just the vine climb at the end has been killing me. Because I need to cling on to the vine and stop and collect myself, and that's been a problem. Because I overshoot the vine grab every time. Yeah, a lot of these controlled falls are pretty interesting. Whoops. Once again, just a little off-center. Nope, not quite. Oh, whoops. That's okay. Reset door isn't a problem. Okay. Thought I was going to die there, but luckily we're okay. Oh, we're behind pace a little? Yep. I can sometimes tell when I'm just leaving the car a tiny bit too late. Okay, just trying to maintain position here. Okay, that was close. That was extremely close. Checkpoint, and we need a spin onto Spiny. Okay. We need a standard jump here. Not a spin, but that's okay. We'll do it. Yeah, Nugukaza, that is a tight vine grab every time. It's so easy to overshoot just in the process of confirming that I've done the grab properly. We need a very quick jump onto the other side of the panel, which will make contact with the coin, and then we spin jump off immediately. Okay, I am going to stick with this a little longer, since we're seeing new territory, and for all we know, we're through the hardest part, so... But maybe not. We need to not die to that muncher. I think it's going to be a standard jump over to the coin, though. We just need to do a higher jump. Okay, I keep backing into that muncher, and I need to stop doing that. It is throwing off my jump quite a bit. And then it's going to be a high bounce off of that. High bounce onto Wiggler, and then it's going to be pow to the molds. Pow, and back down. And then, yeah, I do see the sequence here. I just need to do it without tripping over the muncher every time. Reginald Plunfire, welcome. Yeah, the clown is doing what clowns do. Oh, you're saying the clown card's spike chirp is terrible. Not even the most annoying sound design was seen today, actually. We had a level earlier that had boom booms bouncing in a cycle everywhere. It was a great level, but the sound design will be an obstacle to some players. Whoops. I keep backing out of this because I'm not compensating for the falling platform, so... On a tablet, yeah, totally understand. I'm generally unhappy with the keyboard entry interfaces on mobile, especially with things like text selection. I feel like drag to select on mobile is still absolutely dreadful when it comes to trying to copy and paste something. We're supposed to hit the spring, were we? Yes, we were, because we had to drop the platform. We have a spring over to the platform and then spin jump off. Because we need to lower it. Yeah. It's tough to see. Okay, I see what's happening. I keep pulling back on a jump. Should not be doing that. I will not be able to spend as long on later levels in the queue today, just so people are aware. I'm not going to be spending an hour per level or anything. This one we kind of sunk our teeth into when we were dealing with a fairly small queue early on in the stream. We usually kind of really press against 1 or 2 levels per stream and then run out of time and have to rush through some other ones, but we'll of course try to give everybody as fair a look as we can. For people who are new to my queue, I usually close submissions fairly early, but then I try to play everything that is in the queue before I log off. And we usually do it. We don't clear everything necessarily if it's on the harder side, but I do try to give everybody a look. Artpop, welcome. Artpop, you are the 3rd person today to redeem Skip to Queue. I will not be doing all of the skips at once, but just so you know, if I make you wait excessively, I'll redeem your point. I'll refund your points or something. I will see if I can honor all of that today, but just so you know, it will not be an instant skip. You are the 3rd person to do it. I think this is the first time I've had it happen, actually, that I've had 3 people backed up in Skip to Queue. And I don't really have a policy for how to deal with that, but we'll at least alternate a bit so people who don't have 10,000 points aren't just stuck forever. Pink Todd. Yeah, we'll do Pink Todd. Let's give Pink Todd a chance here. Also gives me a chance to take a sip of my drink and read a chat. Reginald, you can complain about mobile interface all day. Mobile interface, exactly. Mona Mendez J interface. Mobile interface. Okay, we need to shorten one of those jumps a little bit. But that's okay, it's Toadette time. Given the time spent on the first half, I feel like it's probably just going to be 2 segments in this level, but we'll see if that's actually the case. Whoops. I needed to hold into that jump so we can spring over to the right. I think. Looks right. Toadette getting her pigtails clipped, and that looks painful. Yeah, this first jump over the Muncher has been tripping me up quite a bit. We'll see if we can do it. Just always failing to compensate for the blue platform going down, I think. Okay. Yeah, no, I got it. I just missed a spin jump back to the left because I just wound up back on the platform. But you do have to lower that platform. You get back down under the spiny. You go up to the blue platform once more as it's coming down. I read that correctly. I just didn't spin correctly or quickly enough to take myself back to the left and back onto the spiny. Yeah, so we need to hold spin jump into the wiggler here so we get a nice high bounce. We can do that. We're a little late once again. As soon as I land, I have to get off and do a nice short jump. I know what to do, we just don't have the timing for it yet. And this first muncher is definitely tripping me like crazy. Get a nice falling curve as we go down. And once again, just going a little bit wide on that jump, actually. In my eagerness to get off the blue platform, I'm spinning too far to the left, and so I have to do too much of a course correction to get forward momentum back to the spiny car as I'm falling down, and so that's causing a little bit of trouble. There we go. That's nice and quick. Felt like it was a little bit slow there. I probably should have just taken one bounce on a spiny and gotten up to the platform as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll have some trouble getting over to the other side. We're muddling through this slowly. No, missed. Yeah, I think I can only afford one bounce on a clown car once I get to the bottom. But we'll see. Depends on where I land on it. Whoa, didn't expect to clip the Wiggler that early on my way up, so that was an unexpected high bounce that threw me off. Let's try it again. Yeah, once again, too close to the Wiggler. I didn't want to bounce that early. I wanted to land on top of it on the right side so we could project myself up to the spring, so a little bit rough here. But we'll try to tighten that up and make the necessary correction. Okay, we have the right idea. We have to spin jump up to the block. We land on a spiny. The trampoline falls down. As it's falling down, it's going to spring me forward as I go back up to it. That's going to be a trick that requires me to have a nice straight jump up that vertical column. It has to be fairly accurate. Yeah, you spin jump, you lower the spring, you bounce on the spiny, you bounce forward on the spring and not in the wrong direction. That's kind of critical as well. I'm sure it's going to look very fancy when I do it. It looks very fancy already in my head now that I'm envisioning how that's going to operate. But we need to get back there first. So, looks pretty interesting though. Just so people are aware, I will probably close queue at the end of this level. We have a lot of people waiting today, so plus a couple of the queue skip redemptions. Like I said, after queue closure, I will play everyone remaining if I can. And I usually can. On very rare occasions, I've had to bail out early. But that is essentially going to be a last call then. Like, whether I finish this level or not, when I finish this level, it will be queue closed. Oh, missed. Okay. Up we go. And yeah, we can't get too close to that Wiggler on our way up, not just because of the risk of hitting it, but the risk of doing the high bounce too soon. Up we go. Nope, too late. Once again, you can only afford one bounce on the spine down low. There's a cheese there. Instead of spin down, you can jump over. We'll see. We'll see if we can do that. I don't want to change up what I'm doing too much. But we'll look out for that in case it's useful. And it's alright, we'll press through it. We'll make it through eventually. hopefully in this session. If not, then that just means I'll have to do the first half again, which is fine apart from that Vine climb at the end killing me over and over. I'm pretty motivated to get this done, so... So I think what is probably going to happen is we're going to alternate after this level between people in the queue order and people who have the queue skip. So we'll treat the queue skips basically like they're subscribers in terms of a sub next and next order. So we'll basically do Gukaza, then whoever's next in the queue, then Asteroid, then whoever's next in the queue, and then Artpog. So those of you who have been waiting, that's what you can expect. And if unfortunately this bumps some of you way back, yeah, sorry about that. This is sort of an unusual circumstance for our stream where we have so many people dumping their points on me. All at the same time. Keep meaning to run viewer streams more often. Lately that's been a little bit difficult. Okay, we need better positioning on that wiggler so I can actually spring over accurately. Let's see if we can do it. Nope, missed it. Yeah, I see what you mean in terms of jumping over. I know what you mean, now that I look at it. I don't know if we'll do it. Because... timing-wise... yeah, I guess it makes sense to do that. Perhaps. But we'll see. Like this? Yeah. Okay, we needed to spring and then hit the POW. Yep, that feels much easier, in fact. That does work. Would have been nice to do it the real way, but that's okay. Let's not take our cheese for granted here. Whoops. Come on, let's go. It's alright, we're getting there. Just a couple of things to fix up early. Nope, we forgot about jumping over. So surprised at landing there in the first place. That's okay. Notice how much saner this half of the level is, by the way, without the airship camera bob going up and down all the time. Much more pleasing to look at. I mean, I can understand why you wanted a thematic change anyway between the two sections. But it's too bad about that limitation of the airship theme. Whoops, nope, we wanted to go over, we just forgot. As usual. So. Let's... careful here. Oh, no. Keep changing my mind there about what I'm supposed to do, and... we need a focused plan here. Not even particularly difficult to execute, just moment of mental confusion. Oh, no. Too low. Came in a little bit late there because I thought I needed to wait for the clown car slightly, but then at that point the platform was too low. It's okay, we'll do it. Can't be too many obstacles after that. Nope, missed. It is a tricky level, Greggy Spike. I don't know if you're through the first section. I had a lot of trouble just with the final landing in the first section. Oops, no. Yet clear rate when I saw it was a little under 0.4. That's in line with what I'm seeing here. I think it's not. Visibly much more or less than that. Whoa, just backed into that. Yeah, I always have trouble when I'm jumping off falling platforms in terms of projecting what my usual mid-air corrections are going to do in terms of taking me too low or too far to the left or whatever. Oh, just totally fell off. Felt like I was maybe a little bit ahead of the clown car. That's the issue with jumping over, by the way, is that it actually does affect your timing relative to the clown car. In a way that makes that later bit a little more difficult. So maybe I should be doing the spiny drop anyway, just to have a more controlled sense of timing. Because otherwise I land on the blue platform past the munchers too quickly, I think. Now, of course, I could just hold into that jump a little further, but... Oops, too many bounces. But I think that has been a little ineffective so far. Yeah, not an easy level by any means. Definitely a fun concept, though. No, you need to hit the bomb. Why do you need to hit the bomb? Because you need to hit the bomb in order to grab the key. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't see the key scroll in because that was my first time there. But the bomb kick is to grab the key. You kick the bomb to the right, it hits the key, you get back onto the platform, you continue bouncing. Might be 2 hits on a bomb, I'm not exactly sure given the distance there, but that's what we're looking at. Bomb kick has to be to the right. It's tricky. But it's a new record. So. And yeah, doing the standard spin jump instead of trying to cheese the central column actually is better for my timing, I think, in terms of executing the next element after that. So I think I will try to do it the standard way just because I have a more reliable sense of where the clown car will be located, but of course we need to avoid doing that. You got this? That's the end? Yeah. Feel like I can do it. Like I said, it was my first time reading that obstacle with the bomb, so I saw the bomb come in and I thought, oh, I definitely spin jumped on the wrong thing here, and then I just reacted to that a little bit too late. Because I only noticed the bomb when I was already falling. Oh, come on. I think we can do it, though. This will just be our designated very hard level of the day. In terms of my willingness to run through it. And 8 Old Wise Men 8. Or just Old Wise Man, I suppose. Thank you for the submission. Nope, missed. Yeah, you're a little far back, but we're going to be closing the queue fairly soon, and after I close the queue, I do try to get through everybody who has submitted, so it might be a bit of a long wait today, but if you are still around when yours is called, we will definitely play whatever is on that profile. So welcome once again. We've been on this level for quite a while. We had some really quick submissions early in the stream, so I thought I'd just take my time with this one, and it'll all average out in the end, but the queue has kind of been building up in the meantime. And that just happens. That's a pretty typical experience here. My streaming hours are odd enough that we do get a pretty hardcore maker crowd, and so people know how things go. Imagine having a designated hard level when you find every level hard. Yeah, I know, at that point you're just kind of playing favorites, Netcat. But I'm having fun with this one, that's the main consideration. And there's a lot of variety to it, I don't feel like I'm getting stuck at the same stuff all the time. I say as I die to the same spot again. But no, we have definitely been progressing with it. There's a ton of variety to it. I don't stick with every level this long, but I feel like this one has been a pretty satisfying experience to work out. And yeah, Netcat, you recognize it. It is a Moyako level. Either that or you just read what the bot says. This is the most recent one on Moyako's profile. Oh, no, wrong way. I second-guessed myself that time. One side of my brain was saying spin jump to the left, the other one was saying head to the right. Neither one happened in the end. I feel like noticing the cheese there actually confused me more than if we had just worked on a standard method exclusively. So. And yeah, Netcat, you saw the right-hand corner. Exactly. Okay, that came in a little bit low, but we made it. Missed it. It's a tricky one. But we'll push through it if we can. Oh. This level is inspired by some Mang levels with clown cars. Yeah, I can tell. That's Mang has a couple of levels that have this bottom track thing going on, where there's one with Lemmy balls, there's one with spike balls. There's a new one I playtested that was a collaboration with Luca last week that uses Boom Boom in 3D World in very similar contexts, but and of course Mang also loves doing the vertical single screen constraint in terms of building on the bottom half to make these concepts work, because you do have to keep the landing zone in view at all times. So yeah, the stylistic inspiration is definitely noticeable there, especially with these springs carrying you forward as well, in fact. Netcat with the up smash. Oh, you've heard of the Smash player called Netcat. I see. No, once again, brain fart, but hey, we made it. Only to miss the bomb. Okay, we have to spin jump on the bomb to kick it to the right, and then we fall back onto the spiny. I know that, but we didn't have the height done correctly. We salvaged some seemingly losing positions on that run. That worked quite well. Astra, it's been so long since I played Smash that I don't remember what Rosalina's up smash is. I mean, that's her big kill move, right? Or am I mistaken? I actually did spend some time playing around with Rosalina and Luma back when Smash Ultimate launched. Not because I like the puppet style, but I haven't really touched Smash in a long time. I didn't even see the last few DLC editions. I played a bit of Pyre and Mythra, but haven't even gone back for the matches after that, so... I like Smash a lot, but it's one of those things where I've just never been able to dedicate time to learning it properly, and it happens like that with every generation of Smash, where I'll spend a fair bit of time on it, and never really take it beyond a casual level anyway, so... You haven't really played Smash since Melee? Yeah, Netcat was a lot that you haven't seen. Oh, whoops, too late there. Once again, just surprising myself by landing on that platform at all. Asteroid is saying in Smash 4 it was a really good kill move. Okay, I see. That might be what I'm thinking of. Oops. Better Up Smash is still pretty good. Yeah, I think a lot of people start with Melee. I think even a lot of people who are die-hard Smashers, among them very few ever played Smash 64. You would have played more Smash if you were better at it, yeah. Smash is one of those things where you kind of need friends of a similar skill level to have it be an enduring experience. I mean, the single-player content in Ultimate is pretty considerable. I actually spent a lot of time playing through all of the Spirit battles just to see what they put in terms of the very creative representations of other video games, but in order to keep up with it long-term, you kind of need an evenly matched competitive community. And the thing is, there's really an oversaturation of multiplayer games at this point where realistically you're only going to master so many at a decent level. You're only really going to put in the time to improve at so many at once. And you kind of have to pick and choose which ones you're going to play on anything more than the most casual basis. Yeah, sorry, Floss, that we kept you waiting for so long today. But I'm glad we saw the one earlier. That was tons of fun. And I'm glad you managed to get that one in. So we'll hopefully see you back for another submission at some point. Whoops. I've been on this one for way too long, but we've been so close to the end. Nope, missed. Still getting into the spring a little too far to the left, I think. That's been the issue. And Asteroid, you play with a bunch of random people. Yeah, I mean, you kind of need to not just enjoy the process of improving at that game, but enjoy it more than working on other games, if you know what I mean. I enjoy Smash quite a lot, it's just that it's competing for my attention all the time with other video games generally, but definitely other multiplayer games for sure in terms of what I'm going to work on at any given point. So, and I think these days with so many multiplayer games in the market, that's a typical experience. You just kind of stick with something until you've hit your plateau with it, and as that, it's just kind of how motivated you are to grind. Whoops. Bending too far to the right here. One of your characters are strong and the other isn't very strong. Yeah, I mean, so much playstyle diversity in Smash that I think that's fairly typical for people, that their main isn't going to play anything like their secondary. Thank you for the follow. Once again, thank you to the patience of all those waiting. I know that we've had people piling up in the queue and queue skips in the meantime that have been unredeemed. Moyako, I'm probably only going to put in a few more attempts on this, and then we may have to bump it to a catch-up stream. Simply because we have so much in the queue at this point. I would obviously like to get through it since we put in all that work to get through checkpoint 1. But we shall see. Yep. Nope, missed on the way down. But that's exactly what you've got to do. You've got to kick the bomb forward once. You get back onto the spine. You kick the bomb forward a second time. It collects the key. It also gets you up to the next POW. That's exactly what it is. So... yeah, Moyako only one checkpoint. I figured that because of the record. That the record was about 50 seconds. The first section was about 25 seconds. So... I expected there would only be one checkpoint. You know, this makes you sound like a bad person, but you love Steve. As in playing Minecraft Steve and Smash. That's okay, you can always switch him to the Enderman skin and nobody will judge you. Maybe. It's Smash, I think everybody will judge you. Yeah, the bomb kick is actually pretty comfortable because of the wall over the bomb, like the one tile column over the bomb when you approach it. The problem is getting back to Spiny quickly enough, which we didn't manage to do last time because I'm still pretty new to that part of the level. Natcat, it's the name of the Minecraft main character who was patched into Smash with, I believe, the second expansion pass. Yeah, Steve is the Minecraft guy. I have no idea why he's named Steve. I'm not a Minecraft player. It surprises people sometimes to know that I'm not a Minecraft player given how many engineering games I've gotten into in the past. But I just completely missed out on Minecraft. Natcat, I know everybody's been playing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Pokemon is a kind of once every 5 to 10 years thing for me. I feel like I've had my fill, and then I go back many years later to see what's been added, what's changed, if they have any interesting new ideas, whatever. This generation, I got my fill with Sword and Shield. I feel like I'm done with Pokemon for a couple generations, and that's fine. That's typical for me. I'm not a serious Pokemon person. I feel like it's probably the main thing that separates me from a lot of the Nintendo subculture is that I just don't particularly care about Pokemon. I mean, I enjoy it well enough as a strategy game, but not so much as a collectathon. I just completely overshot that. Yeah, how to get rid of the Muncher. Spin jump on a bomb, spin jump back on a Spiny. I was telling somebody about that in the stream last week, I think Pokemon is a really interesting turn-based strategy game. I think it's got a fantastic meta. But it's one that I fundamentally can't get into because the collection barrier is just too much. Same reason I could never get into Magic the Gathering at a serious level, or why I didn't particularly enjoy Constructed Hearthstone as opposed to Arena Hearthstone. I just don't really care to do the collection, the breeding, the management side of it. And I've never found Pokemon to be that aesthetically appealing, to be honest. Especially compared to a lot of its Nintendo cousins. that's a minor factor. I think it's definitely a very deep strategy game, and sort of wish I were able to enjoy it, but on the other hand, Pokemon games come out at such a regular schedule that I'm always relieved that I'm not really into Pokemon because, you know, that's more backlog I don't need. Because I'm overstuffed with backlog at this point. Like, here I am still playing Xenoblade 3 after 4 months. And I'm definitely thinking to myself, thank goodness I'm not into Pokemon. Because I do not have the time. And if I'm going to cut something, I'll cut Pokemon. In a way that, you know, other people will decide to cut other Nintendo series. The one that I cut is Pokemon. And everybody has to make decisions like that in terms of, you know, which mildly interesting thing they will just not have time for. Fourth corner, you can't think of a level idea. Maybe you should play different games for ideas? Yeah, I recommend that. You'd be surprised at what other games can inspire Mario Maker. I think the last time I published a level, it was about a year ago, because I haven't really been actively making lately. But at the time I was playing a lot of Hitman, the 2010s Hitman trilogy. And it was actually having a pretty big effect on my approach to thinking about space in level design in ways that might not be obvious. Because, you know, that doesn't map very naturally to Mario mechanics, obviously, but it was just the kind of designer mindset that it was in. And sometimes the mindset is all that matters when it comes to generating new ideas and thinking about what you want to get out of a game. Oh, completely fell off of that. Among Us Sus Trap Remix Among Us themed level. I actually still have not played Among Us to this day. I see the memes everywhere. I see the Among Us characters as bonus rooms in Mario Maker. But I think it's one of those games where you kind of had to be there in terms of having a good social space to play it with. Oh my goodness. No, fell off the cloud. I did the spin jump accurately and I fell off the cloud. Okay. Yeah, I land on a cloud and then I land on the spine. We had it. It's just that I was reading that for the first time and it was a lot of information to read. A lot of information to process. We got everything right. I was a little cautious about that pair of stumps coming up. I didn't exactly know what was going to happen in terms of the stumps being launched into position because I just didn't read the level quickly enough. Once I got into the stump, I thought, okay, spin jump, and then I landed on the cloud, and then things went badly. There's the stump column on the right with the munchers and the stump above the turn block, which I think I'm supposed to hit. But yeah, like I said, I just didn't manage to read that. The fourth corner, you bought a physical copy of Among Us. I don't know why you would want to plug in the cart every time you want to play it, but, you know, as a collectible, then okay. I kind of have a mix of a physical and digital library where I still go physical for single-player games that have a definite ending to them, or which I can put away and potentially trade with friends and family. Not trade, but lend, I suppose. Because I've found that in the long run that becomes pretty economical, and, you know, in the long run you don't want to trust digital shops to stay open the way that 3DS and Wii U shops are already going down in March. But the convenience of drop-in, drop-out multiplayer games that you can just load digitally, I think is... You know, it's just a minor difference in terms of whether you want to dig around for the card and plug it in, but It's amazing what a difference that little bit of friction makes when it comes to your willingness to play on short notice. Too many bounces there. Too many bounces. I had one too many bounces in that spot. You did it for a collector's item. Yeah, that makes sense. Totally makes sense. Okay, I've become so close on this level that I really do want to stick with it. I know it's probably been an excruciating wait for people in queue, but we're so close. We are so close. This is today's big level. That's just going to be the way it goes. Okay, that felt solid. That felt solid. Okay. Wait, how come that Muncher is still alive? Did I hit the POW too early? Did I not scroll the camera far enough? That Muncher was not alive last time I was there. Why was that Muncher still alive? Did I miss the POW? Did I hit the POW too early before it scrolled in? Which might have been the case. I'm not sure what happened. But something was different that time. The fourth corner. Yeah, sorry about that. Let me... The bot had trouble with you trying to write eBay. Because I actually do have a link obstruction. That's okay, you can send a message again in a couple seconds. It totally picked that up as a link, and I should warn people about that, actually, in my chat rules or something. That I just block out all links automatically. Yeah, someday you will load up eBay and put it up on there and give everybody PTSD from the past. Exactly, yeah. Okay, something was going on with the Munchers there that did not go on previously, and I need to go back there and understand it, because clearly I did something wrong, or something broke because of my timing. That Wiggler just kind of sticking his nose in my face. Okay. That felt clean. That was off center. Okay, that was good. That was good. Nope, that was not so good. I need to do a shorter bounce off that bomb, I think. I'm always concerned that I won't go far enough to the left. But it's a bit of an awkward landing back on the spiny after the bomb every time. Like, the spiny is always further right than I expect, and I think I'm holding into the jump a little bit too long there. I need to make a minor adjustment. Did we get any new games on Black Friday? Netcat. I bought one thing on sale that's going to sit in the backlog for some time, probably, before I can get to it. I got a sale on Nier Automata, which I've been waiting for the Switch port for some time, and it finally came out, and I'm probably not going to play it until next year, because I've got too much else going on. But into the backlog it goes. But yeah. Games have been big enough recently that I haven't been motivated to grab things just because they're on sale. You know, they'll be on sale again, so... If I eventually manage to finish Xenoblade 3, though, sometime, hopefully within the next month or so, maybe, I'm looking forward to doing some short games again, to be honest. I need to be reminded of what video games look like when they're not several hundred hours long. So which was why it was nice to stream some smaller things like Monkey Island back in October. I actually did play through all of Bayonetta 3 as well earlier this month. I didn't manage to stream it because it came out during a week when I was a little bit sick and I just wasn't able to stream anyway. But I also didn't want to put off the game, so I thought, okay, the first run of these games is usually kind of like a tutorial anyway. We'll just load it up in expert mode, we'll blow through it, and then if I want to stream it again eventually, we'll just do that and do it on the replay when we go for medals or higher difficulties or whatever. I enjoyed it a great deal. I don't know when I'll be able to go back for a second run, but it was kind of nice to just kind of cram that in 1 week when I wasn't going to be on stream anyhow. Netcat, have I played the first Nier? I have not. But my sense is that for a lot of people who picked up the second game, it was their first game in a series anyway. And it commanded a significantly larger audience. Wait. We got onto the platform. The platform is going to fall. We need to jump over onto the stump. Did we hit everything we needed to hit? I'm not sure. No. Timorio, thank you for submitting. We're actually going to close the queue fairly soon, so I'm glad you got in. Just so you know, expect a long wait. Mostly because we've been stuck on this level for over an hour. Possibly an hour and a half. Whoops. That's a hard landing there. Well, we've gotten close to the end at least 3 times now. 3 times exactly, in fact. In terms of getting past a bomb kick. I've done a bomb kick successfully 3 times. And I still haven't really gotten a good read on the ending screen yet. I haven't looked at it closely enough to see what I'm supposed to do. No, too late coming out of that jump. So the Muncher at that point is still on that cloud. I guess I wasn't supposed to land on that cloud the first time that I did. Maybe the Muncher is supposed to still be there. Do streamers know when a chat user is being attacked by an ad? No, unfortunately. I know Twitch has been way too aggressive with shoving advertising in everybody's faces lately. I do not have much control over that. The only control I have over making the ads less aggressive is to deliberately run more ads at a time of my choosing, which unfortunately doesn't make too much sense for the viewer level format. Don't wait on the platform, wait on the woods about which you mean the stumps, I think? Yeah. Yeah, no, I know the platform falls, it's just that I was hesitating a bit. I waited on the stumps the first time I saw that segment. And that was successful to a point. Because I think the Muncher problem after that just kind of took care of itself, but I didn't know exactly how. I just don't really understand the last screen yet, because I haven't seen it enough. And I keep missing this. Write something special below and give it some glitz in chat. Apparently so. No, we jump down to the spiny and then we hit the muncher stack and then we get back on the spiny and then we get on top of the stump. I don't know. I don't understand that at all, actually, on that last screen. Yeah, we spin off of the stumps and land back on the spiny and then we hit the turn block. Then that drops the whole stack and it drops the stump. And then what happens? We should still be spinning at that point and we get on top of the stump that's on top of the 4 munchers once that drops, and that should give me access to the pipe, right? Am I understanding that correctly? I think I am. Yeah, we just haven't seen that enough, but I think it's clear that it goes stump back to the spiny. You get onto flying stumps, you spin jump back to the spiny. I think that has to be it. Okay, I tightened that jump a little too much and landed on the muncher. Yeah, I see the problem last time was that somehow the first time I got there, the muncher was dead and I landed on the cloud. The muncher is supposed to be there on the top of the cloud, though. So the first time I saw that, something wrong happened. Nope. Still need to lean forward into that jump a little further. I've been pulling back on it, and we shouldn't. We need to go straight forward. We're getting there. Yeah, Moyako, I mean, I've only spent so long in this level because I know I've got this. And I think it will happen. It's just that we've really had to work at it. Hang on. Slipping a little bit here. Like I said, unfortunately I will not be spending this long on other levels today, but I will try to give any harder submissions a fair shot. Come on. I think we can do it. Okay, once again, straightforward. Got it. Got it. I'm going to take my time to collect all this stuff because I earned it. It is mine. I lost a cape and now I can't even fly over the wall at the end, but that's okay. Let's try to grab the one up at the end just for style points. Thank you for the GGs, and thank you for the extreme patience. Okay, so we have 3 people who redeemed Skip to Queue. We need to figure out how to manage this. Let's mark this as a win for it, and thank Moyako for a great experience. Only 35 minutes past checkpoint 1, interesting. That took me about an hour and a half, I think. And it was worth it. It was really, really good, in fact. Too bad about the airship camera bob in the first section and the vine climb at that exit, but the rest of it, absolutely solid. Anyway, so I am going to close the queue as soon as I dial up the next level. Let me show you what the current situation is. I may have to manage some of this manually. The people who redeemed Skip the Queue in order are Nugukaza, Astroy, and Artpop. Moyako, I didn't beat flight challenges. I will go back to that and beat it at some point, but I've beaten all the other ones here. I am closing the queue, so no more submissions, but as I warned people earlier, here's what we're doing with the order. Nugukaza will be next because Nugukaza was the first one to redeem Skip the Queue. We're then going to alternate back to the queue. So, for example, if 1K-Man is here, it'll go Nugukaza and then 1K-Man, and then we'll see how we're doing with the other people who redeemed queue skips. So that's Astroy and Artpop. If it gets to be an unreasonable wait for those later people, I will refund your points, but I'll try to honor something in the queue order anyway. We'll try to manage this in a civil fashion that is fair to people who have been waiting for the past 2 hours. But the short of it is that Nugukaza is next. So let me do some back-end management in Warp World to make this happen, because it will take me a moment. And let's see if that is correct. Okay. Queue at this point, as soon as I punch in the code, is going to be closed. And I will mark my stream accordingly. It's a playtest level, yeah. Looking forward to some shorter ones after that previous one. Give me a moment to edit this accordingly and also mark Nugukaza's points as redeemed. So we'll take a moment here as I try not to mark the wrong thing. Okay, I think I managed this correctly. Let me just make sure the bot display is also correct. Hopefully the stream performance, by the way, has been alright today. I've been trying to make some fixes recently to address some of the sound problems, and I think we've generally been holding up well most of the time. TP2C. Let's see what it is. It's P-Balloon, obviously, but we'll see what it is. 2 checkpoints, maybe? I don't know. Temporary title. Okay. TP. Toilet paper. Which... okay. We'll bust through here. We'll be squeezed through. That looks like it's a tutorial for something. And looks like we have 3 pink coins in this section. It'll be 6 total plus a safety coin at the end. EP. That's a whole lot of nothing. Let's go on this way. Yeah, okay, so this is just a hub room that's going to eject you back once you branch out into various segments. Safety coin above the key door. That all makes sense. So let's take our pick of each of these rooms. Let's see how we do. It's 3 on each side. And we have to escape with the safety coin afterwards. That's not how we do it. We get crushed. Took too long to read this. Alright, let's back up through here. Yeah, you hit the wall, then you squeeze around, and then you get smushed. It's a power-up detector, that's what it is. The state detector with the P-Balloon state switch is what activates the on-off switch. I know, Nugukaza, with some of your previous levels this year, that you've been playing around with the state detectors when it comes to... oh, whoops. No, wrong spot. We should have gone lower. We can do 1 spot at a time, though. We can take this slowly. And we should take advantage of actually bumping against the walls. Nope. Let's not boost like that. That'll just bounce me back. Yeah, it's a playtest level. We'll try to see every section at least once, even if we don't necessarily clear all of it. Whoops. Nope, got stuck here on a corner. We can afford to be patient. That's the thing I have to remember, that we don't need to do everything in that one cycle as the plant is already on its way down. And wait. Position ourselves carefully. No, I keep getting nudged in the corner. Fortunately, I keep turning a little bit too early and we get stuck. It's always that turning radius on a P-block. P-balloon, rather, that throws me off quite a bit. There we go. That was correct. Let's let the spiny go up without bouncing off the spring, and that is one down. Let's actually do these ones in a hub room. We completely ignored them earlier. This, you just need to go through the middle, I think, without getting zapped by the Piranha Plant if there is a state switch. I think if there is a state switch, you just die to crush, so never mind that. Piranha Plant is just going to be a precision check. And one where you need to get pushed through. The trampoline prevents you from exiting if you do not have the P-balloon. It's just there to provide a P-balloon only floor, which is mechanically pretty interesting. Yeah, we need to not get zapped by the plant. That's actually the point of this entire room, is don't get zapped by the plant. As long as we are not necessarily running for speed. Okay, there we go. Why did Miyamoto flip your Thanksgiving table? Because that's what he just does. There's an idiomatic expression at Nintendo that when Miyamoto comes to playtest your work and he says that you need to rip something up and start over, it's called him flipping over the T-table. So it's this idiom in Nintendo lore that was referred to pretty heavily back when Satoru Iwata was still alive and doing developer interviews with Nintendo employees internally. They would talk about Miyamoto coming in and flipping the tea-table. Not physically, like he's not actually knocking over all your tea, but apparently to the employees it felt like that when they were told that Miyamoto would just come and playtest something and tell them it was bad. Or that it needed to be redesigned from the ground up. When the Super Mario animated film was delayed into 2023, I remember thinking, yeah, Miyamoto definitely showed up to Illumination. And some intern there is cleaning up the tea table. Oh, whoops. Came in a little too high there. Got crushed. Electrodude, welcome. Electrodude, we just managed to get out of a level that took forever, but was still miraculously shorter than Xenoblade. Interestingly enough, if you die at the very beginning here, you can stand on a hard block and exit through the door. The problem is that you would not have the P-balloon restored, so you would be stuck here until you just choose to go back in and die again, unless it's based on a state switch, actually. Let's try this out. Because since we're playtesting, you need to see this. You enter. So, based on the state detection, do you trigger anything if you come back here without a P-balloon? You don't. But if you take damage at this point, you will lose. So this is going to be a lock because the on-off detector is based on the freeze frame that happens when you change power-ups, so when you take damage. And at this point, there's no way to progress, right? So it's just a lock. I mean, you can't actually cheese the level this way, but I do have to take an SD. Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of surprising because you defend all the other door entries with things like springs, and it's just a matter of maybe dropping the player not on this corner, but I'm glad I caught that. That's what playtesting is for. You know this kind of stuff well, so... Okay, this is a timing challenge where we need to get down there while the Spiny is low, I think. Or we can tuck ourselves into this side here, and then nudge against this block to align myself properly, and then we point this way, and then we go forward. Okay, that's good. Pretty gentle as far as precision goes, which is good because, you know, how I am with precision. And down we go. Okay. Pretty gentle so far, in fact. Nope. Hit the corner a little too hard. We just need to push against it. I don't want to boost into it. Yeah, the fact that this is playable for me tells you that it's accessible as far as precision goes. That there are a few places where you just need to know that you're supposed to hug the wall to get a proper alignment, but, you know, that's kind of Precision 101. And even people who don't know the genre well, like I do, in a way that I don't, rather, I should be able to do that. And the thing to understand about this is mostly that everything can be taken patiently. The whole point is to do it damageless. That rotating the P-balloon ahead of time is sometimes going to be necessary. There we go. Very nice. So yeah, Old Wise Man, if you've never seen these before, Nugukaza is pretty much completely a P-balloon specialist who has squeezed pretty much every drop out of P-balloon mechanics. Not every level is as gentle as this one. Some of them are extremely challenging and barely meant to be completed by anybody other than most experienced pilots, but conceptually, you'll see a lot of P-ballooning out of this profile. This is on the Team P-balloon profile as well, I think. But it's true of Nugukaza's own profile as well. That it's P-balloons galore. Okay. I'm looking at the coin trails and seeing what they're telling me. I have to hit both blocks in order to get rid of the piranhas, probably. And yeah, because if I hit the blocks, something is going to spawn that will get bounced out of the sideways trampolines. Possibly it's something that will then hit the turn blocks and give me a path through, as long as the piranhas... Yeah, if you hit the turn blocks, that kills the piranhas because they drop. They actually just get killed. So we hit the question blocks on both sides to remove the middle obstruction. Not like that. But we know what we're supposed to do. You tried playing some Cuphead, and none of the levels in that game fit your level style, so that won't work. Yeah, I enjoy Cuphead tremendously. I streamed the DLC earlier this year, but not to 100%. I didn't do the hard mode on stream. I want to get back to it at some point, because I actually didn't really go back to hard mode in pre-expansion Cuphead until this year either, and I had a great time learning the game again. And yeah, 1930s and 40s animation is also very dear to me, so, you know, Cuphead was just naturally my kind of thing. Okay, there we go. Whoa, that was a close one. One-way panel prevents you from being zapped past a certain point. At least when you're up here. If you get into the one-way panel, you're defended from the side, not from the bottom. Okay, there we go. And so you just need to understand that timing-wise. And that here, this is going to be a safe zone, I'm pretty sure. And then you can just punch through here because the vertical trampoline isn't going to do anything to you. Okay, great. Great, we got it. Safety coin, I think that's it. Okay, Nugukaza, that worked really pretty well, I think. I mean, I'm glad we caught the issue there with the door entry. So from a playtesting perspective, I hope that was useful. I mean, if I can do this as far as P-Balloon precision goes, you know that it's appropriately tuned for dummy precision, so. Worked out really well. Let's mark that as a win. Let's continue with the regular queue. If people have managed to stick around, because 1K-Man, you should still be around. I know 1K-Man said earlier that if they don't respond right away, it's because they're grinding Fortnite. While no doubt dreaming about the superior Battle Royale game that is Super Mario 35. So we'll give 1K-Man a chance to respond. The one after this, despite what the list says, will be Astroy, because Astroy also redeemed Skip to Queue. So those who have been bumped back, sorry about the long wait, but we'll try some kind of compromise solution here. If 1K-Man isn't checking in, we will actually get to Astroy right away, I think. And I know 1K-Man kind of warned me in advance that might be some kind of semi-AFK going on here, but since we have some skip to queue going on, we'll try to make something work. And that's assuming that Astroy is also here, if Astroy wants to speak up. I think Astroy might actually have dropped. If that's the case, then we'll actually honor the next skip to queue, which would be Art Pop. Yeah, okay, so if Astroy isn't here either, we'll actually do Art Pop first. Art Pop, I think we were on your Super World, right? And we probably had like a puzzle or something queued up in your Super World. I think that would be perfect, in fact, so. Let's do Art Pop next then, and we'll just manage this manually. And if 1K-Man speaks up at some point during that level, then we'll make sure 1K-Man is next. Yeah, so we're pretty casual about how the queue is actually managed. I'll just try to be fair in terms of making sure the point redemptions get through, and also that people who have been waiting for ages do in fact get played. And levels will hopefully be shorter than the hour-long one we showed off earlier. Art Pop, let me just bring in your code. Just give me 1 second. I'll put you in next, I think. Let's see if we can rotate you in. I have to do some queue management on the back end. And if 1K-Man does not check in, then the next one after this will be Dvatch, if Dvatch is still here. So Art Pop, I believe we were on the Super World. Because of the length of the queue, I will likely only do one level from it at a time today. And the puzzle was next anyway, so we'll do the puzzle as just a single level. Sandy Oasis, apparently hard. Reach the goal while holding a P-switch. Okay, let's take a look at this. P-switch is located here. Grabbing the P-switch and coming down a donut block will be the last thing we do on this end to the left. Notice that there is a spring underneath the key door. We need to get rid of the muncher as well. The muncher is suspended above the semi-solid. The POW block is going to take that out. Looks like this is an invisible block, if I understand it correctly. I don't know if there's a reset door that's available in the event that we hit it. We can try it anyway. Yeah, that's what I expected, but we just need to learn the notation system. Fair warning, this one can be frustrating. Be careful of your movements. Now, fourth corner, your level is easy, so I'll have an easy flight. Okay. Oh, you can just grab the P-switch right away. Off of this gap. That's fine. That's potentially important. Notice that if we have a 2-object stack here, we could potentially make it through that door as well. Notice also that if we activate an on-off switch, then the spring will drop into this position and can be carried from this side past a one-way panel. Just looking around at this, we might want to hit the P-switch now just to see if that affects the yellow pipe on the right side. It does. What does the yellow pipe do? It gives you leaf. Okay. In order to get a leaf, though, I need a power-up to send me through the icicle, or some other way to break through the icicle. In terms of coming down through here, this does functionally the same thing as picking up the P-switch, except it also gives me access to the on-off. Literally the same thing as just tagging the P-switch right away, though, unless I'm going up there to activate the on-off switch. So, given that, we have the option of taking the P-switch, but the only way otherwise is forward. We might as well grab it in case we... Or did I grab it just now? I totally managed it. That's okay, if we don't manage it, we know how to get it, we just loop around. Maybe I did that without realizing it in the first place. And then the one-way panel here prevents you from getting through, so the idea is that you exit out this key door. You actually enter the key door on the left side. You exit out this key door, you get bounced over, you have to hold the muncher... Sorry, hold the POW at that time to kill the muncher. Or no, because if you are in the off state, the POW is going to fall on top of you from above, or at least be accessible because it's on top of an orange semi-solid. In the off state, however, your floor will drop out, but the thing is you have a semi-solid under the key door, so you still have something to stand on. So you come in through the key door on the left side while you are in the off state. You hit the POW, it takes out the muncher, you're holding the P, you clear the level with the P. So you have to fall down into the key door on the left side while holding a P, which means that something needs to be above the one-way panel and dropped into that position. Likely what's going to happen is that it has to be a POW block in that position. You fall on top of the POW block while carrying the P, and the POW block resets to its original position once you go through the door. Now the question is how you get to the left side to begin with, because the left side is pretty firmly walled off. The way to do it is to get through the door. The door seems to be matched to the door that is over the piranha in the top center. So the piranha's location seems to be the exit location that brings you back to the left side. Once you do go back to the left side, then you need to worry about item handling in terms of how you get items up to the top, which is non-trivial. I think there will be some head bumping involved, where, for example, you place a spring and a P on the left side. The spring sends the P up the central column that goes up the vine. You climb on the vine, and push the P upwards as you go. That's likely to be approximately what has to happen. That doesn't solve the problem of how you get into the key door on the left side. We'll have to figure that out. One came in, yeah, don't worry, you'll be next. I know you told me that you were perhaps playing Fortnite or something, so... We'll do Art Pop's puzzle first, and we'll do yours afterwards. Okay, let's continue then, because we know we can grab this guy here, and that can take me forward for the time being. Activating the P-switch at this point won't do anything, but we'll eventually want to grab the leaf on the right side once we have the mushroom. We can probably do it with just a P drop to kill... no? Or displace. We can do that. The mushroom will hopefully... Yeah, that's going to take damage, unfortunately. We might have to reset here in just a moment. Let's reset. I feel like we need to do multiple drops of the P to really do this properly. And the mushroom does not respawn, unfortunately, so that is also a problem. In that case, I think I might have to reset out of this one. Obviously, if we took damage frames here, we could have run down here as well and activated a P while I still had the icicle, but then, you know, while you're still invincible, you run through the icicle, you hit the P, you grab the leaf, you run back out before the icicle respawns. I don't know. But the fact that we consumed the mushroom is going to break this, and so we do need to reset it. Okay, maybe I did go up last time to grab the P and just didn't think about it. Is it just me, or did we see a leaf spawn at the beginning of this level? Let's watch this carefully. Right side of the screen. Yeah, so there is an initial leaf, look at that, that comes in, which I think is just signaling that the pipe contains a leaf. I don't think that's ever obtainable unless the yellow pipe can be entered. If the yellow pipe can be entered and exited, that's a different story. That would be one way to refresh the leaf, but I think that's just signaling that the leaf isn't a pipe. Let's try to do this again. Let's be careful here, though. As that... Maybe I need to crouch into the mushroom pickup. This might be what you were telling me about the movement potentially being finicky. Let's drop the P on this side first so we can just crouch into this. There we go. That works. That allows me to take damage. We do have to take damage, and so I can't just hit blocks while holding the mushroom. I do, in fact, need to hit the P first. Enter the pipe. Nope. Notice that I'm able to fly at this point if I get enough of a run from the left side. Also, the Tanuki tail allows me to whack the on-off switch with my tail, which is important. I should have killed the Piranha. No, we can just kill it. Just kill it. We need to think about how to pick up the key. I think maybe I can stand next to it, whip it, and then I'm able to take the POW through here to re-enter on the other side. Can I do that while holding the spring? Can I get enough of a run downstairs to fly? We'll have to find that out. I feel like we could potentially whip this, right? Nope. But even if we take damage, we can always have more leaf, basically. You can enter the pipe, it has nothing to do with the puzzle, okay. I thought I tried entering the pipe and it didn't do anything, so let's try it again. Okay. Maybe resetting the puzzle was a bad idea. Oh, it's a little bonus room. I don't think that affects the puzzle logic, does it? Apart from respawning the P. Respawning the P is actually potentially important. We need to take damage and break this and grab a leaf. I don't think I can build up enough P meter, so that'll be a bust. Let's whip this. We can re-enter, and then we can pick up a spring on the left side once we drop through the door. However, now we've blocked off the central column, and that's not good. However, if we have the leaf that tells me that I need to switch this, because if we have the leaf, we can always activate the switch on the left side. And then we can have access to the spring. Oh, no, bad idea, bad idea. I should have tapped that twice. I was supposed to tap that twice. But then, at this point I can just access the key door myself, right? Why don't I just... Oh, okay, one-way panel. Hidden one-way panel. That makes sense, that makes sense. Because otherwise this would just straight up break. Okay, in that case, let's go back to where we were before. Maybe take the P-switch with me, because I can. Drop this over here. Lobster's Reef, welcome. And yet, upcoming puzzle making contest. Deadline is looming pretty soon. But I will be playing all of the entries on stream in December. But our schedule is going to be a little bit volatile due to holiday travel, but we'll make it work. Notice that if you place a P here instead, I still have access to P on the left side, and I'm able to stand on top of it and enter and grab the POW. Let's not accidentally drop the POW. Hang on, let's... Try to place the POW somewhere safe, first of all. We'll place the P over here. We'll get on top of the P because we have access to the P on the left side, and I know I'll need the POW. We enter like this. We then do a double tap of the on-off switch to lower the spring. I need to get the POW up to the center here, though. Although, notice that I'm able to fly, potentially. Or maybe I just need to... Oh, no, I know what to do. We use the spring to get the POW under the door. Yep, that's what we do. I've got it. Double tap. Come down. POW on top of spring. POW on top... No. I was getting into a run there and I accidentally detonated a POW. Okay. We need to reload this room. And I forgot to P on that side. That's okay, We should just start over because of the timer. I know what to do. I actually had the solution in hand. I just whipped the POW by mistake. Whoops. Yeah. I know exactly what to do. We've solved it. We just need to illustrate it and not die to execution mistakes for the next half hour. Lobster Reef, not sure if you've ever actually been in here before, but of course you've seen me around. Yeah, glad to see you here anyway. I've seen you around as well. It actually does tell me on the streamer side when somebody is in my chat for the first time, although obviously a lot of people do lurk for some time before that, or drop a follow long before that, so totally understandable if that's the case. So thanks for dropping by and saying hello regardless. And hitting the POW with the tail is more what you meant about being careful. Yeah, that's exactly what happened, because I was breaking into a run, right, to pick up the POW. And I was just standing so close to it that I forgot about that completely. Okay, let's not get distracted. Let's perform all of the actions that I know need to be performed. Because, like I said, we've solved the puzzle. It's just that I need to work through this in the proper order. Come on. Here we go. We duck into that. We keep the mushroom. Stomp the P. We break this. Grab that. Take the coins so we can get back in there. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, taking the yellow pipe actually does have the benefit of... actually, no, going through the door is just going to respawn the P, so we can do that if we like. We just need to loop through this so we can stand on the P and take the POW through, the same way we did previously. That's pretty straightforward, in fact. So we'll just do it. But I need to whip that twice. Yeah, no. I know this. Keep forgetting that I need to do the double tap. There we go. Grab the P, we swap the P and a POW, we're set. I felt like I did this more efficiently earlier, but that's because we used a yellow pipe as a reset, inadvertently. Okay. I feel like I should have done the flight here, in fact, so we don't need to have quite a bit of a fuss with this, but that's okay, we can always... also, one-way panel, we don't need to worry about bumping the muncher, so... Never mind that. Yeah, Lobster Reef, the first time chat thing was only implemented this year, so... Wouldn't be surprised if people are unaware of it, even on the streamer side. It didn't exist until earlier this year, I believe. Let's not accidentally... Come on. Let's not accidentally, famous last words. Let's reset this part with the P. That'll be a quick midpoint reset. I wanted to place the POW somewhere safe, where we will not activate it too quickly. We want the on state going back, so I can get through Divine. I nearly whipped it again. We'll do this. We're through. We do the double activation of the on-off switch. We put the POW well out of the way this time. Then we need to do some object placement here and there without accidentally activating anything. Or putting it past a place I don't want to reach. When we go through here, incidentally, there's one step I'm missing here. Remember that in order to kill the Muncher on the other side, I need the state to be off. So we need to think about how I'm going to toggle the off state and get up above where I want to go. I think I know how. We do need to go in from under. We drop the P in the slot up top and we just grab it. We come in from under, we drop the POW block underneath my feet as we go up through the middle. We don't send a POW block up immediately. We carry the POW block and jump up into the middle once the P block, once the switch rather has already been placed. So let me dump this here. This does not work with a POW because it activates, I believe. Oh, come on. That's a little finicky. Let's... Yeah, so we needed to make one minor adjustment to what I envisioned as a solution, but that's okay. We haven't gotten as far as demonstrating that anyhow. Come on. We'll push it up. With a better drop, I hope. This is going to take a little bit of fussing. Oh, no. 140 seconds. Should we bother? Yeah. Let's redo this. I wanted to send a P up here. I want to drop the P in this slot. We jump up through... We then whip the on-off switch. We jump up through the center while holding the POW block. We drop the POW block. We pick up the P. We exit with the P. In the off state, we hit the POW once we get on the other side of the door. We get rid of the Muncher. We clear the level. That's the order. So, yeah, these central columns... And the thing is, POWs do not go up these central columns. They just blow up in your face. So, this is just for the P. And yeah, let's just try to retrace our steps here. Once again, no need to fear the Muncher. At least not right at this moment. And stand aside and practice dropping the P and not running into icicles. There we go. Duck. Duck, goose. Okay. We have the P switch at this point. Let's not lose it. Let's head over. No, we need the raccoon tail. Just a moment while we do that. Okay, that's fine. Not the cleanest. Fourth corner, this is why you don't play puzzle levels, because you're one big dumb and you always get so close and you realize you messed one thing up in the beginning. No, most puzzles are more forgiving than that. That missing one thing at the beginning is actually pretty easy to correct most of the time. The thing is, puzzles don't really tend to be that long once you get a grip on the order. Most of them anyway, especially the one screens. And apart from some fussiness with the object handling, once you understand what to do, it's usually not going to be too tedious to redo the parts that you do understand. So, I think they're maybe more accessible than people give them credit for. Okay. I'm going to do the E grab over here, and we'll just do the swap on the other side. I should have just hit off right there, actually, because we'll need to hit the off switch anyway. And then, whoops, here we go. You can totally fly up from the left to skip this, in fact, to skip this step, but I feel like that's asking for trouble, so... Okay, move the POW out. Tap this again, then place the POW out of the way safely. Place the P over here. Take the POW and enter. Do it a double tap, and then we are back to where we were earlier. Okay, now here's the moment of truth. Let's try to do this properly this time. Bump it to the left without stepping on it. Then try to grab it on the way up without stepping on it. There we go. It's much better. We then place the P down here so we can grab it on the other side of the one-way panel. We toggle. We then drop the spring and take the POW, and then hopefully the POW drop goes as planned. Nope, that did not go as planned. I needed to drop it in midair. Because the idea was that I step on the POW at this point and we go through the door. And now I'm just... yeah, I'm pretty much locked. Hang on. We need to get to this state while holding the P-switch. And that's okay. This will hopefully not be a massive reset. Because we can just... redo the POW here. We've got 30 seconds. You know what? Let's reset. No, it's okay. We can grab Leaf. We can do this again. Yeah, no, I should have remembered that, Art Pop, because POW collisions in tight columns are pretty finicky to begin with. And always have been. Oh, you know what? I said I would fly this. Let's fly this. Much more efficient, in fact. Not that we're speedrunning anything anytime soon. Okay, he goes here. Same idea as before. Okay, same process. So yeah, not too long a reset. Took about a minute to get back to this. I didn't do the double tap. I should just fly over. Yeah. Here's the most efficient way to do this. I missed. Yeah, there is an efficient way to reset here. Let me just try to demonstrate it without stepping on a P-switch. Take the P-switch through the reset door, and then I'll be fine. Yeah, that's how you do it. Drop the POW, hit on off, move the POW. Bit of a tight space to work with. We're going to get into the panic timer pretty soon, but that's what we get for all the execution mistakes. Now, like I said, it has been solved for a while. We just need to avoid some of the brain farts with the double activation of the on-off switch. Yeah, it's a fun puzzle. I'm pretty satisfied with the solution in a mental sense. Execution-wise, I mean, I run into trouble a lot anyway, so that's the typical puzzle experience. Actually, delivering the goods is the hard part, sometimes. Much of the time, in fact. Okay, let's not step on this. Nope. Oh. Now I've done it. Actually trying to jump out of this thing without stepping onto P is not trivial. Let's try to do it before we have to reset the whole thing. Okay, that should be fine. That's a good position. Single tap. Okay. Nope. Can I grab this? Yeah. How am I supposed to land on top of this thing? There we go. Oh, no. Yeah, no, I held up at that point. That was a bad idea because I went through the door when I was supposed to grab the P. Come on. It happens. I should stop making that remark about how, oh, I've solved the puzzle now for half an hour of dying to execution mistakes, because when I say that, I do jinx myself, and it happens pretty reliably. That is absolutely something I would do. No, it was just an accidental input. I did not mean to enter the door, actually. It was really just, you know, pressing too much of a diagonal on my D-pad. At the wrong moment. I think I just sometimes instinctively hold up when I'm jumping up towards something, planning a grab, and that's what you get for that mistake. Okay, there we go. Anyway, we've seen the puzzle at this point. We know what to do. We just need to not forget certain steps. Especially the reactivation of the on-off switches. What? Nope. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, we'll do this the fancy way. Move this out. Swap. Okay, much better. Double activation, let's not forget. Does need 2 hits. And now we do this part here, which hopefully not turn into a total fiasco. Partial fiasco, that's acceptable, that's expected. Total fiasco, not so great. Is it a lunar fiasco or a solar fiasco? A solar one, by the way, because a lunar one would be a Super Mario World ROM hack designed in lunar magic. Nope. Come on. We've got it. There we go. Okay, good. That worked. Single tap. Let's see if we can do it this time. Yeah, the POW drop is a bit weird. Felt like... Well, if at any point I overlap the POW, I just need to re-grab it and try again. Let's be careful with the inputs here. That is not good. That is absolutely not what I should be doing. That was the worst case scenario. Luckily I'm not formally locked. Now I'm locked, okay. Thought you had me all figured out, didn't you? Come on. Alright. What were we doing? Oh, yes. Leaf. Whoops. Mushroom. Mushroom first, and then leaf. I'm confusing myself. Okay. Let's actually watch the level. Let's not try to do things by blind memory here. This is what happens when you are eager to get back to the step that was causing problems. Stop paying attention to other things that could also cause problems. And that's how it goes. Anyway. Let's not forget to pick up the key. That would be awful in its own right. Let's go around the circuit and do the swap. I quite like this idea, by the way, of doing the circuit, but then having this one state change of having the P available on the right side. I think it's pretty effective. This is fine. As long as I don't lose flight, that's fine. Let's not drop the POW back into this middle slot. That would be pretty terrible as well. Yeah, whip first so I can hold down grab button, and then we go for the POW. Let's try this again. You blame Nintendo for most of the issues in this level? Yeah, I agree. I mean, sometimes there are ways of compensating for them, but within one-screen constraints, you only had so much room to work with, and when it comes to some of the tightness. I mean, I understand that with the one-screen format. First of all, it's a nice self-imposed challenge for the makers to try to do everything in one screen. And secondly, the benefit of a one-screen puzzle is that you can solve everything with your eyes in advance and visualize everything without having to scroll the camera. But there are a lot of one-screen puzzles where the spacing issues of cramming everything are intense enough that I kind of think that they would benefit from a little more space, even at the expense of making the player scroll, as long as it's not so much scrolling that it breaks any spawning mechanics. Which, unfortunately, with a lot of doors transporting you here and there, is always a risk. So, I mean, I still like that it's a one-screen puzzle. A lot of the things like the door logic depends on that to work as cleanly. But there are a few things here that would make me wish I had a little more space to work with. And yeah, like you said, a lot of that is Nintendo's fault. That I'm running into so many mechanical problems that come from being crammed. Okay. So do I drop it on the way down or on my way up? On my way up, I would think. There we go, clean. Let's not hit up yet. Let's do this. Okay, there we go. At long last, we got it. Yeah, the puzzle structure itself is very elegant. I like it quite a bit. A lot of it depends on attentiveness to the state switching. And the logic itself flowed really cleanly, so pretty happy with that. Nowhere near the record, of course. That will be all we do with the Super World today. We will continue it on the platforming end next time I'm able to take submissions from you, Artpomp. So, you know the drill. Glad we got to fit this one in today. Okay, one came in, if you're still here. I know one came in, did kind of acknowledge an issue earlier. We will continue with the stream order as written, I think, because Asteroid didn't claim the queue skip earlier. I'll refund Asteroid's points if we pass Asteroid in the queue. So it will be one came in, and then Dvatch. Once again, Dvatch, thank you as well for staying for so long. I know you've been here for hours. Luigi gives everyone an L. Luigi's Live at the Hood requires him to hand out boxed L's to everyone. Well, we're going to take the W on this one. Very new upload from a few days ago. Let's see how it looks. First new one from 1K-Man in a while, if I'm not mistaken. But let's see it. Oh, that's the L. It's hammer time. Okay, what are we doing? Koopa down there. We can hammer some blocks. We need to probably get a key off the Koopa by throwing a crate and letting him walk across and bounce up to this location, then we whack him. We don't want to block this. Let's let him walk. The thing about hammer is that you can create your own soft lock whenever you want. I'm not going to do that though. I hope. Maybe I needed the shell here, actually. I needed the shell here. I can't hammer this. Let's reset. I should have thought about that without just instinctively killing him for the key. We bounce the shell back and forth first. Yeah, I should have thought about the fact that I can't actually use the hammer in that location. So let's let him walk over so we have a little bit more room to work with. Let's not lose the shell. Go. I wonder what happens if you carry the shell forward with you into the next room, actually. Nothing. You can't do anything with that. But you can let this guy hit the P-switch if you come down through the key door up above. We'll eventually do that. What would the P-switch even do? It would kill the Koopa, and then it would give you a key here. So we need to proceed to a different room first. It's a leveler idea your friend came up with. Same one you lost a bet with. Okay. So you get Fortnite, and I get a hammer level. I think I win that trade. Oh, except I need to fight this guy as a boss. That's okay, we can grab more hammers. Yeah, since I didn't get to play an Astroy level up to this point, I guess we'll need to fight Meowser another way. Astroy's been sending me a lot of stuff where I whack Meowser in the face, and I always lose. So. Oh, you mean the level was prior to the bet? Okay, yeah. There we go. That looks like it hurts. No, that's a bad idea. We need to drop crates on this side until that one disappears, and then that's how we get rid of that. And then we need to drop crates on top of the Koopa to constrain its height, because then it doesn't come up as far, and then if it doesn't come up as far, then... Oh, actually, you just need to weigh it down with 2, and that does the trick. Interesting. Okay, P-switch doesn't affect anything in this room, as it shouldn't. We're going to manipulate the Thwomp's position. How are we going to do that? Why the pipe on the right side here? I wonder... We might be able to do some kind of stack on the right side. If we do a 5 stack, that would allow the Thwomp to be pushed. But then why would we want to push it up? I don't even know if it's a side Thwomp or what at this point. We need to check what the Thwomp does. Let's check the Thwomp first. It just stays in that position. Okay. That's important to know. Don't forget there's a limit to 5 boxes on the screen. Yeah, no, I know that. That's how we got ourselves out of trouble in the previous room. I do know some of my hammer mechanics. And yeah, you do actually need a full 5 stack, I think, in order to push the Thwomp. If you push the thwomp, then I think you are in a position that is low enough to activate it when you go through the clear pipe, and specifically when you go through this clear pipe. Ah, yeah. No, I see what you need to do. You need to activate the thwomp and then throw crates over here so you weigh it down and constrain it. And you can keep doing it. Oh, no. Everything's going to come back. Yeah, the idea is that you create 2 more crates to push the thwomp down. Like that. You do it one more time. Except that was out of position, and the thwomp... Yeah, you kind of need to do it in one run, in fact. Let's just reset this one. If you don't do it in one run, you run into some issues with the thwomp just unstacking everything as it pushes the stack up to the ceiling, so... I just need to toss 4 in here and then activate the thwomp. Not quite. Almost. Oh, let's just keep throwing stuff. And hope it works. Okay. Nope, not quite. We probably should time this properly instead of just guessing, but... The unstacking on the thwomp is the main thing that's causing me problems here. Because things are not going to fall very naturally. Maybe you do need to do 2 at a time. I think I might need to do 2 at a time. Let's figure this out. I'm also not taking advantage of the bottom pipe. And I feel like the bottom pipe is relevant here in terms of getting the thwomp to behave. Why would it be, though? Why the bottom pipe? Let me think about that. Because it gets the thwomp to crush, but then why do you want the thwomp to crush? Maybe because it slows it down? I don't know. But we're not taking advantage of the bottom pipe yet. That is important. So what if we did a 3 stack down here? We sent the thwomp down towards it. No, because it just constrains it in terms of making the thwomp go back up immediately. So I don't know what I'm supposed to use the bottom pipe for, that's the thing. If there's a way to make it easier to do a full stack on thwomp and keep it down. Maybe you send the thwomp down here after dropping the donut block. And then you try to lock it down. No, not quite. Or actually, I think it's maybe just a red herring that you... If you accidentally drop things on the cloud, then you get the thwomp to crush them. Okay, no, you can do 1, and then you can do 3 additional ones. Because you need the thwomp to be low enough that everything stacks like that. Great, that's not great. Okay. I actually need to go through myself. That is the essence of it. That if the thwomp is going to be slowly unstacking on its way up, I need to be in the pipe as well. I might be overthinking it. Yeah, probably. That's okay, let's redo it at that point. Yeah, I need to get into the pipe myself while the thwomp is down. That's really the issue here. That's okay, overthinking things is how we play. That's the typical experience. You get what you signed up for. His middle name is Overthinking. You know, Electrodude, that middle name took a lot of thought. like I was saying earlier, I wonder if there's any particular benefit to just taking the shelter with you. Not really, although it's interesting that you can actually take the red shell with you up to this point if you so choose, and possibly survive with it until quite late in the level. Okay. This Meowser fight is a speed test more than anything. Oh, no. Wind up time on a hammer is kind of killing me here. Yeah, Asteroid, I was just making some kind of remark about how this is like easy mode of an Asteroid fight. Where we missed you when we were trying to go through the Q skips earlier. And we basically get the Asteroid experience, except without having to reset the whole level every time. Whoops. Yeah. This room is a little out of place with some of the puzzle nature of the rest of the level, but you know, whatever. It's a mid-boss. Oh, it's a given win, but it's basically just something that makes you slow down a little bit while you're dealing with puzzles. I still like this mechanic here, though, where you just weigh down a Koopa. Yeah, the Meowser room is a nice little joke, but functionally speaking, it's not something that does quite as much as the rest of the level. Okay. Why don't we just send the Thwomp down and just go? Can it go fast enough? No, I thought we'd established that we don't. We need to keep Thwomp down as it's unstacking. No. You know what? We need to send a Thwomp down when the cloud is really low. So it just goes as low as possible. Why didn't we think of that before? The cloud needs to be a little bit lower. Timing isn't quite right. It looks like it is a timing puzzle, though. We just send Thwomp nice and low. And there we go. And we make sure it doesn't squish us all the way back up. Hey, there we go, checkpoint. Whoa, Gamer Guy, you're streaming for the first time. Yeah, I saw your name on a clear, on the first clear of a level that I also was given earlier in the stream. Yeah, well, Gamer Guy, I hope you've had a pleasant experience with that so far. I totally blocked myself here, unless we throw 5 crates away. I didn't even look at this room yet. We just started spamming crates for no reason. Just whack everything. Okay, we want to manipulate the Koopa. And then we want to kill it. And then we want to make the Skip Squeak do the on-off jump. Yeah, we just use the Skip Squeak to bounce the Koopa whenever possible. I actually needed to put 2 crates here, or 1 crate here rather, in the middle in order to get the Koopa to behave. So let's reset this room. I think this is an SD lock, unfortunately, because we do need to create a bridge for the Koopa to get across. And, yeah, well, Gamer Guy, you're on BRB. Yes, you are. Let's not take this out underneath. I think that creates a problem if I do that. And we can't really reset out of that. Actually, one came in. How is it you prevent the issue that the player destroys the door entry by taking out this block? Wouldn't you just be locked? Or do you have something else going on that would compensate for that? Oh yeah, you can just go out with a box whenever you want. Yeah, of course. Let's practice thinking with hammers here. That's the trivial thing. I know how to play puzzles from time to time, just not Maybe right now. Okay, let's get everything crushed. Oh. Okay, Boomer. And Palmer for that reason. Whoops. By the same rationale. Okay, whoops. This one key. Let's assume that we need to, just in case, you know, just do everything the difficult and fancy way. And whoop. We actually do need two because there's a warp block on the other side of the key door. So, yeah. Hey, let's do a little demonstration here. Ta-da! Yeah, you wouldn't classify it as a puzzle level. Yeah, no, not everything needs to be strictly a puzzle and strictly platforming, but a lot of these would not be out of place in a puzzle level in terms of, you know, being patient interactions that are about hitting switches and doing things in a sensible order, which we didn't do. I'm not fond of the SD lock there, but maybe you were out of options for it. An actual soft reset. I feel like the way to prevent that would have been to just allow the player to get back out the entry door. It is right after checkpoint, so it's not too big a deal, but obviously it's preferable whenever you don't have to say, oh, I guess I'm dead, and then take a dive. Anyway. You didn't need to put a door there, you just needed to make the player access the existing door, and that would have been fine. You just go back to the checkpoint room and you reset. That's nice and simple. Let's try to keep the hammer. It looks like it might be optional, given that you can play this fight as badly as you want. Okay, 2 keys. Let's get in here. Let's toss this over here. Okay. Nice crushing the fish there. We just dropped in through that door. I probably shouldn't go back. That would be a bad idea. What's this? Okay, there we go. We are, however, going to get to the top of the flag. Or try. Patiently. Okay, it's the principle of the thing. There we are. Thank you for that one came in. Astro, I know you did redeem Q-Skip earlier. I'm still willing to honor that if you're okay with that, even though I know it's been on a bit of a delay due to other redemptions having come first. But if you would rather refund your points, that's fine too. Just let me know. I'm perfectly fine with putting you in now. If it does unfortunately bump other people back, but yeah, we'll bring you in, and I always expect to lose at your level at some point anyway, so we will do that. One came in. Thank you for that. That was fun. Next level will be an overhaul of your older generic levels. So, okay, let's bring Astro in. Let me make sure I've got the bot organized. And then after that, it will be straight down the list, starting with Devatch. With everybody who's remaining, thank you once again for the patience of everybody participating today, given how late we've been running. Bowser's new favorite ship. Oh, it's going to be another a Bowser fight or series thereof, I bet. Yeah, no, this one. I remember this one. I think I was responsible for dropping the clear rate quite a bit. Let's go back into it. Let's see what we can do. I don't mind another round of attempts. I can pick a different one? Okay, we can dip out and see what you have. Let's take a look. Danger Meowser Zone, Frosty Meowser Land, Bowser and Comic. Bowser and Comic. Is that way back? Seems like it might be way, way back. Can be done. This is really early, or did I just miss it? Bowser and Comic, okay. Get a load of them. We'll do that. Reach the goal after defeating all 2 Bowsers. Okay, what do we have? Okay, that's bombs. We should actually spin on the bombs whenever possible. Without getting hit by the projectiles. Yeah, I think it's going to be bomb spins. You'll get them right up to the Muncher. You get them right up to the Muncher, then Bowser should die to it. Positionally, of course, this will be a little bit tricky because of all the projectiles. We can see that the bomb detonates slightly after the bush, so if we hit it before the bush, we're fine. We don't want to have bombs kill each other, of course. That would be counterproductive. If it's walking past a bush, we let it detonate. That detonated right at the end of the bush. Yeah, we'll just stand back and take it patiently. We've got 300 seconds, and who knows how long fight number 2 will be. And of course, the bomb does enough damage to Bowser, I think, that the fight should not be too long. Although some of these are registering as projectiles rather than as bomb detonations. Nope, let's get back. Yeah, Nadcat, you might be thinking of a forecastle, which is actually properly pronounced as foxhole if you are familiar with your nautical terminology and you know how your boats are structured. I can also just kill Kamek. Oh, yeah, I guess I can. But then how do I kill Bowser when I need him for the clear condition? Why would I want to just... oh, because of the... Let me take a look at this blaster stack here. Why would that work? Because you still have Bowser underneath the blaster stack. Like, if I picked up a bomb and killed Kamek, I think that might... Yeah, I can just kill him because I can just get the bomb spawns from... What's it? From the blasters. Yeah, we might as well just kill him if we can. It does make it quite a bit easier. Yeah, no, it absolutely works. I need to chuck something at him. And we can also just throw instead of just doing the spin all the time. Now let's wait for the next one. There we go. Oh, double hit. Look at that. Okay. Anyway. Oh, I was just about to check on the other side of this to see if we could do anything interesting. The answer is no. I was tempted to take a bomb with me, too, for a first hit here. That would be slightly more efficient, but maybe unwise. Okay. Cut our losses at certain points. Yeah, this comic is going to be much harder to hit. I think it's probably not going to be within my items row range. Well, expect that. Yeah, no, I thought he would be way out of range, just given how high he's perched. We have to check this, of course. Yeah, not going to do any bomb drop trickery over there. Electrodude, you finally got around to playing Celeste. I expected you would like it, actually. I'm generally not as keen on platforming that is so totally built around like a one-screen structure as Celeste, but it's very good at what it does. It's probably the best game in that format, even though it's not necessarily a format that I like as much as platforming that goes wide. It's clearly very good at the thing it's trying to do. The fourth corner, this is actually really gentle compared to most of the levels Asteroid sends me. Like, really, really gentle. In that I'm allowed to be a little bit imperfect when it comes to missing a few cycles or what have you. It's not too bad. The screen scrolling is, as always, a bit bothersome. I always feel like most of these fights could be improved by scroll stop. Because then you're not also playing against a camera at the same time that you're playing against projectiles, right? So. But, yeah, no, I played many of Astro's creations before, and they tend to be pretty minimal outside the central mechanic of just fighting the boss in terms of any kind of frills in the surroundings, so. Very many of these are literally the fight, and some fights are more interesting than others. This one is pretty reasonable, given that at least the bombs do reasonable damage. Yeah, Electrodude, the issue that I have with everything built around one-screen mechanics, for the most part, and instant respawning in Celeste, is that I find that, especially in the later game, that some of the precision margins with spikes are just probably excessively tight, because the game thinks it can just get away with it, and the game is structured around tons and tons of deaths, right? And that's alright, that's just different design philosophy. I just tend to like longer form consistency that isn't as tight from one element to the next, but that doesn't mean I didn't like Celeste. I enjoyed it tremendously, actually, but it's clearly a very different design philosophy from something like, I don't know, DKC, for instance, which is sort of the other extreme. Whoops. And yeah, the fact that I enjoyed Celeste as much as I did, in spite of the fact that I'm not so fond of the high-precision, quick die and retry format, is a testament to how good the level design is. It's very strong. It's one of the first 2D games that made me notice just how much 2D games were beginning to borrow from Super Mario Galaxy, specifically. It's very noticeable in Celeste that there are some Galaxy ideas all over it. In fact, I've noticed that with a lot of indie games in the last few years, including some that I played on the stream, that more and more of them are trying out how to make Galaxy concepts work in 2D. Not just with gravity mechanics, but, you know, with a lot of things that give you momentum changes and state changes into bubbles where you can swim around or boost from one end to the other. And of course things like rhythmic challenges like beat blocks, which you see all the time in Mario Maker 2 now that we have on-off switches. I know I can kill Kamek, but just kind of efficiently going for the bomb anyway. This section's not too bad when it comes to how precise I need to be, so. There we go. Let's not die to this. Okay. And yeah, Electrodude, that's a compliment to say that these games are borrowing from Galaxy as well as they are. Those ideas were ripe to be included in 2D, and I think a lot of the indie platform developers have definitely been stepping up to that. But yeah, I remember last year in 2021, I took a couple weeks just to catch up on a bunch of indie games I had in my backlog, and some of the Galaxy concepts were all over the place. Most famously with the gravity changes, of course, and upside-down segments or state switches that would send you up and down. But in Celeste, it's a couple of things like that. You see very early in the game, for instance, something similar to the cosmic clones in Galaxy 2, and that was something that was definitely worth incorporating into a 2D game at some point. It's a very interesting path-finding challenge. I will be honest that I've always found the Mario Maker levels by the designer of Celeste to be a bit of a disappointment. One of the really well-known Maker profiles from back in 2019, in fact, just because Celeste was by then such an established game, but I wasn't actually terribly impressed, I remember. You can kind of tell that some of the more precision-minded attitude to how tightly things should be tuned didn't quite fit Mario mechanics as well as it fits Celeste mechanics. And particularly with the kind of difference in spacing, character size, pixel height, etc. Oh yeah, Rayman Legends is fantastic. I actually did play Rayman Legends in its original form on Wii U, where you still have the touchscreen segments operating as touchscreen segments. Rayman Legends and Celeste have one thing in common that I found particularly memorable, which is the way that both of them handle optional collectibles, in that you can never suicide into them. You have to pick up the collectible and you have to get back to a safe zone. I remember playing Celeste and thinking, this is the first game to really do that in the same way as Rayman Legends that I've seen anyway. Maybe I missed a few along the way, but I remember playing Celeste and thinking, aha, finally someone's doing the same thing as in Rayman Legends, where you can't just take a swan dive into some puzzle piece that you want to pick up. Okay, we should actually take this level seriously and try to kill Kamek if I can. Doing a little bit of a jump toss is not a bad idea anyway, because even if you don't hit Kamek, the bomb will land on top of Bowser when it hits the blaster, so we should actually do a bit of a jump to row instead of just spinning all the time. And I'll miss everyone anyway. Yeah, in Electrodude, one of the reasons that the Shadow clones work as well as they do in Celeste, of course, is that the character is so small relative to the layout, and so you've got plenty of real estate on the screen to work with, especially with the swiftness of the movement. And yeah, Electrodude, I'm thinking about the, I think it's the golden coins in Rayman Legends. Like, those are the ones that you actually have to take with you to safety. The skull coins, yeah, that's right. That's what you said in chat. Yeah, fourth corner. I guess I've been making you wait for a while, haven't I? If you need to wake up in 3 hours, that might be a challenge. It's okay. We need to get back to the second fight more consistently. Like I said, Asteroid, I don't expect to get through this right away. It is one of the more accessible Asteroid levels I've played, so I think this actually looks much more beatable for me than a lot of levels I've seen in the past. It's just that we are running so late today that I might want to bail on this one sooner rather than later, simply because we have a lot of people waiting. But this one, I think, actually has worked well so far, as the tuning of the first fight goes. You don't need to wake up at 5, you choose to. Okay. Yeah, I mean, World Cup season, I know people are operating on guitar time. Whether you're watching or not, you might have some other reason, of course, that you prefer 5 a.m. Yeah, for a long time I actually watched a ton of StarCraft 2 on South Korean time, which maybe explains why my streaming schedule is similarly distorted. Okay. Let's get back to the second fight and do it properly. Like I was saying, it's more accessible than the average asteroid level, which is probably why you recommended this one to me, because you think I can handle it. Oops, stand away. Let's go. Stand away, let's go. You might be better off just not sleeping at all. Yeah, that works too. Depending on how vulnerable you are to symptoms of sleep deprivation. Okay, this room we should do to spin when we can. And we should lead the targets up when we can. If we lead the projectiles upwards, then we've got plenty of room to hit a bomb down low. Oh, that was such a trivial spin to miss. We could have done that easily. I want to put in at least one more attempt that gives me a shot at Big Bowser. Because I think leading the projectiles up and creating room with the bombs actually does work as a method, and I should stick with it. We just need to not die to trivial spin jumps. Nope. Yeah. That's what happens when I try to go up to try to approach Kamek. Not so successful. Oop. Nope. Sometimes we just need to know when the jump will not happen. So yeah, I think that's what I'll do. One more attempt on Big Bowser, and then we'll call it. I think we can do it. It's going to take a lot of hits. I think... What is it going to be? Like 14 hits or... something like that? Depending on whether it's the object or the bomb detonation, perhaps? Oops. The object throw or the bomb detonation, I should say. Oh, wrong way. Skip that one. There we go. Let's dodge some of this stuff. Okay. Let's make it work. Let's go projectiles nice and high. Let's skip this one. Okay, let's find an advantageous bomb here first. Nope. We'll return to this one some other time if you want to suggest it again. I'm perfectly willing to try it again. I think it's much more doable for me than some of the other asteroid levels in the past. Yeah, just a little bit of a jump up to the flag at the very end, that's it. After the 2 fights. 2.2%. Yeah, it's doable for me. We just are running really late on the queue today. But thanks for that, Asteroid. You're quite welcome to resubmit that one at some point. Let's not make people wait too long, though, so let's Mark that as a loss for now, and Devetch, if you are still Devatch rather, if you're still here after all this time, you will be next. Just make sure the reward redemptions are also taken care of. And thank you once again for waiting for hours and hours. It's usually not this bad. Sometimes it is, but I know the hour-long level earlier did set things off a bit. 3-card Monty made for DGR. Fun chance to win some 1-ups. Let's do it. Fun. I guess it is. Okay, flower on... Oh, I see. You just need to hit the correct note block. Bottom. Bottom. Middle. You can actually just watch where the tracks are going, and I think that is going to be wrong. Okay. Never mind, let's do it again. Maybe there's a bit of a swap trick that happened at some point. Maybe I just watched the wrong one to begin with. Bottom, top. Bottom. Bottom. Middle. I thought I got the right one. But it drops a muncher. That's not right. Why would that be incorrect then? Unless there's some kind of element of randomization. No. Off switch, and then Goomba walks down, and then it just shows you that the answer is on the right, but I don't know why the answer is on the right. So I thought I tracked this accurately, but maybe there's some swap here that I'm not seeing. I mean, it is 3-card Monty, right? So... Where am I losing track? It goes middle, right? Huh. Why would it be? Well, it's the note blocks in their initial position that will contain what is ultimately going to spawn. So, I mean, if you hit this... Yeah, like I said, it's not going to be... Interestingly enough, it's not going to be the same thing every time. It is going to be scrambled in some order, so... It is going to be RNG, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, because I looked at the track position at the very beginning and I thought, okay, maybe you're supposed to follow it, but I guess it is RNG, maybe. Yeah, because the blocks are initialized off-screen. And the way they're initialized off-screen may have an element of RNG to them. I'm trying to determine how that's going to work in terms of how the setup is done. Yeah, because if you wait for the on-off switch, then at the end it reveals the hand and reveals what's going to go on, so... Because this screen here doesn't connect directly to the other one on the left, I don't think it's the same kind of starting position. I think there's some other spawning mechanism that goes on before that. Just don't know what it is. I want to take a look at more info. I know it looks like cheating, but I actually just am interested in the mechanism, and we'll try to play through it. Yeah, as you can see, so the initial screen is not what loads the blocks into the main screen. There is something else going on with the loading mechanism. I suppose if you have... I'm just curious about how this works. In terms of how you would do the RNG spawn setup. Because if you have 3 tracks, suppose you... I'm just thinking about the different kind of randomizers you can have. Because RNG is always going to be partly dependent on player input, right? Like if you go through the door and create no input, then why would the RNG seed still be manipulated? Because if I do no input whatsoever once I enter the door, shouldn't I be able to manipulate this and create a consistent solution? Let's watch this and find out. Yeah, it's middle. Okay. But it's not always going to be middle. Let's test this theory. Let's go through the door, keep my hands completely off the controller, let's do nothing. And see if the RNG seeding actually affects this, or if it's some kind of drop priority with how the note blocks fall in initially. So we'll let everything fall in, we'll do this, and then let's see what it is. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. Each of the single note blocks is actually a stack of note blocks, isn't it? I don't know about that, because they take a second hit from the Goomba. So maybe that doesn't work. Yeah, it's a stack of note blocks. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. That makes sense, because then you would have a random element in terms of what's activated. But then, when the Goomba steps on the stack for the second time, then I guess it still makes contact with the same block that it hit initially, because that once one particular block in the stack takes priority over all the other ones, then it's going to continue taking priority over all the other ones. So once the flower or the muncher has already spawned, then that empty block becomes the one that the Goomba also hits, if I understand this correctly. Okay. Okay, so we just basically draw into this until we get the right one, and RNG manipulation will make no difference then. Yeah, if you look at this carefully, you can kind of make out the sort of drop shadow on the note blocks that betrays that it is a stack of note blocks. And possibly even though random seeding is technically supposed to be reset in the at the point of a door entry, I think maybe your movements at the beginning of the level in the opening screen might have an effect then on something that affects the spawning mechanism in terms of how the stack is created. I'm not exactly sure. But I do know that RNG is something that you can manipulate, like on load, when you go through a door. So we basically just need to spam through this until we get the flower, right? You would think that I would have gotten the 1/3 chance by now, unless it's much less than a 1/3 chance, which is always possible. I will always lose. Interesting. That is interesting, that it always places block elsewhere. Ah, okay. No, I think I get it. I think I get it. So I can see how you can make it so that I think the bomb always drops a muncher. Maybe, but I'm thinking about the other two, like the ones that you don't hit. How is it that one drops a flower and one drops a muncher? Let me think about that. And yeah, that's why you kind of give people just a free exit door at the end, right? In case they want to do this. Anyway, I'm just really curious about this. I figured out that there's a stacking mechanism going on. Very curious. Otherwise, there's no way to beat the level. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, because the one thing that the player has control over. So there's some way that it guarantees that if you're spawning a bomb from the note block, then... Oh. Okay, I think I get it. It's, you got munchers and power-ups on different entity limits, right? Would that be an entity limit trick, then? Because you would be able to prevent... Yeah, that's it. That's how you do it. Because I was trying to think to myself, okay, how do you... You can force the muncher on what player hits, but then how do you force one flower and one muncher on the other blocks? And controlling them on two separate entity limits would be the way to do it. Yeah. Okay. I think I can kind of visualize how you do it. I at least understand the general principle. But anyway. That's the point of playing a level like this. It's not to clear it, it's to kind of figure out what it is you're doing. The muncher blocks the fire flower from spawning. Yeah, that makes sense. But then, once you get to a certain point where the munchers have filled the limit, then you have one fire flower that's able to spawn. But the first one that spawns is always the one that is player activated, which is how you can force the muncher. Fourth corner, my stream crashed on you. I don't think I've had performance errors on my side today, surprisingly enough. So unfortunately, I think it is either on your end or on the Twitch servers, but my indicators here are all solid. So, yeah, okay, so that's an entity trick with, yeah, I guess at any point, then you only need 2 blocks stacked together, right? Like, on the stack, you just need 1 muncher block, 1 fire flower block, and then the muncher block is stacked in a way that it always takes priority. And so munchers always spawn before fire flowers, but once the munchers hit entity limit, then the fire flower is allowed to spawn. That's the trick, right? Yeah, I get it. Anyway, fun one. Thanks for showing that to me. It's one of those where from the player side, the thing that's happening to you is sort of elegant and intuitive, but it's sort of an interesting problem to figure out what the maker's end looks like. Let's call it a win, even though we didn't feel like winning. Mr. Greggy Spike, if you are here after all this time, we see you in chat. Failing that, the fourth corner, we will bring you in right away so you can get 2 hours of sleep. I will, of course, only bump Mr. Greggy Spike back 1 spot if he doesn't check in, because I do see him on the lurk list. But the fourth corner, since I know you're here, and since you want to get to bed at some point, we can also do yours first instead. We're pretty casual about this, as most of you know. Unless we hear from Greggy Spike, we'll just bump him back 1 spot. Fourth corner, we'll look at yours. 2 hours is something, you'll take it. Yeah, exactly. That's the way to do it. Hop Heights. Boing. Alright. 10-second record, interesting. We'll see how we do. Well, as the name says... Okay, yeah, the drop there was a little bit of a thrill, given that I couldn't actually see my landing zone, but we made it. Whoops. And that's it, just over the Koopa at the end. Yeah, we just need to be careful with that one drop where the camera moves so far up. We can kind of spot where the spike top position is before we go up, though, so we can sort of guess. Whoops. And then it's just Spiny Shell Koopa, and then we're done. Just missed a 1 shot. Yeah, exactly. Now it's going to take quite a lot more in one shot, but that's what happens. Did I need to hit that question block up top? I didn't see why I needed to. I don't see what I spawned, so... Yeah, the one-way panel constrains me quite a bit. I want the Koopa to be in a low position, and I will in fact wait for the Koopa to drop into a low position if it's gone high. Because I'm not able to get that much horizontal distance past that one-way panel. Here we go. Funny story, this level took 2 days to make. I mean, I don't know if I'd call that funny, unless there was something really hilarious that happened in the meantime. But it worked out well. Yeah, the camera swinging up and down in that one spot on the spike top, I wasn't sure about, but the thing is, you do get a pretty good view of the spike top on your way up, and you're not sending it off camera for too long, so I think it's fine. Thanks for that fourth corner. Okay, so among the people I see on the list, we have Reggie Spike, Old Wise Man, and Tamario. I don't see Old Wise Man on the lurk list, although you're free to correct me. I do see Tamario there. If we don't get a check-in from Greggy Spike, we will do Tamario's first, if Tamario is also here. We'll handle things pretty casually here, too. Just make sure we get through something. Otherwise, we're just going to call the stream if none of the remaining people on the list are actually present. As we have been running a little bit long. So, yeah, we'll give you folks a chance to actually respond. Mr. Greggy Smike, Old Wise Man, or Tamario. If none of you are actually present, I think now is a good time to actually cut this off for now. And we will look for somebody to raid very shortly, so... Yeah, once again, sorry about the long wait for some of you who had queued in for a while, but we tried to make things work. Especially with all the Q-Skip redemptions coming in today, I think we got a pretty good variety of levels now, and it was reasonably satisfying all around. We'll pass you on to somebody in just a moment, and we'll figure out who that is going to be. But in the meantime, hopefully everything on the stream worked pretty well today in terms of audio, video, everything else, connection, on my end anyway. And we'll just say thanks for watching. Hero levels are pretty regular in this slot. We'll have the puzzle contest coming up as well, and probably some other maker content through the week when I'm able to stream. We've been doing some puzzle streams again lately. I'm just looking around for a raid, but while we decide on that, we might as well say thanks for watching. See you next time. Happy making and playing, and as always, fare thee well.